Well, good morning, and we're here at the TTCB U23 finals. It's a Masqueraders, which is North Tobago, against Flamingos, which is Central and Southwest. We had a wonderful tournament leading up to this. The other teams, of course, would have been South, Southeast, and of course South, Southeast, and East. So with me, of course, is Keshav Bahadur Singh, who has been one of the commentators during the series, and next to him, no introduction needed, Visham Lalman, who has been with TTCB for quite a while. Visham, Baby Puran Lalman, that's the man. Let's start with Visham. Visham, number of very young talented players on show. This is a critical age group, under 23. You didn't have it before. A couple of years ago, TTCB brought it. Well, good morning, and we're here at the TTCB U23 finals. It's a Masqueraders, which is North Tobago, against Flamingos, which is Central and Southwest. We had a wonderful tournament leading up to this. The other teams, of course, would have been South, Southeast, and of course South, Southeast, and East. So with me, of course, is Keshav Bahadur Singh, who has been one of the commentators during the series, and next to him, no introduction needed, Visham Lalman, who has been with TTCB for quite a while. Visham, Baby Puran Lalman, that's the man. Let's start with Visham. Visham, number of very young talented players on show. This is a critical age group, under 23. You didn't have it before. A couple of years ago, TTCB brought it on board. How important is that gap to have these men still playing competitively?
Well, I think it's a very important age group for the mere fact that after the under-19 level, prior to this being started by the Trinidad board, there were no avenues. Sometimes you tend to see some players that are very talented falling away as a result of various reasons, and it's good to see that the Trinidad and Tobago cricket board has put this initiative in place so that we could have another look in at these players.
Well, let me bring a man in here now, Keshav Bahadur Singh. Bahadur Singh would have played for Trinidad and Tobago at the under-13 level, which was 40-something years ago. He's here this morning with us. Keshav, looking at listening to what Visham just said, I'm sure that is something that you would endorse.
Yes, definitely. I think the opportunities given to these players certainly is a great initiative from the cricket board, and that gap between 19 to 23 is where you essentially want to see if you can make it to that senior level and just get players more match ready and prepared for that international stage when they need to get that call up.
And this is what makes Trinidad and Tobago a leader in that aspect. The president, as ambassador, has taken matters into his own hands. It is really his brainchild, this under-23 tournament, and he has taken it even further, where he has now taken a hands-on approach, literally, in improving the pitches. You would have seen in yesterday's game, or was the day before, at the National Cricket Centre, where the pitch was actually a green top, one that even the batsmen were enjoying. The ball was coming nicely onto the bat. There was something there for the fast bowlers, and that was really good. Even here this morning at the pitch report, it was very firm. You had the live grass coming through, which is always a good sign. So we are hoping to get a good game in today, and whoever wins the toss, more than likely they will bat first. Well, good morning and welcome to the action. Welcome to the Brand Cricket Academy, and I'm in the company of Visham Lalman as we are going to take in the national under-23 finals. It's the Masqueraders against Flamingos, and let's go immediately to the toss. Well, good morning, and we're here at the finals of the TTCB under-23 tournament. It's Masqueraders against Flamingos. Masqueraders from the north, North and Tobago, and of course Flamingos from Central and Southwest. So we had the pitch report, and I'm looking at the pitch. At the moment there is some grass coming through, which is a good thing. When you see grass coming through, it resembles pitches like in Australia and those parts of the world, and it's very, very firm indeed, which means that it will be an excellent track for batting. Whoever wins the toss, they may want to bat first, because history shows that this pitch deteriorates quickly, so batting second might be a disadvantage.
Pleasant good morning and welcome to the Brian Lar Cricket Academy, where we have the finals of the TTCB Under-23 2025 Cup. Today I'm joined by the umpire, Mr. Kashif Sandhi, the captain for the North Tobago Masqueraders, Mr. Jeremy Cruikshank, the captain for the Central Southwest Flamingos, Mr. Rajiv Ramnath, and the match referee, Mr. Amar Samaru. Umpire Sandhi has the coin in hand, and Mr. Cruikshank will flip for the toss. Good. Wait, is the call?
Numbers.
And numbers it is. So Captain Cruikshank has won the toss and he has decided to take a bowl first. Jeremy, I'd just like to get your thoughts. And first of all, congrats on winning the toss and you've decided to take a bowl first. Let us know what you're thinking about in terms of restricting the Central Southwest team to a reasonable target.
Well, the thing is a bit of moisture in the wicket this morning, so I think it would have been good to bowl first. We're strong bat and ball, so it didn't really matter to us this morning. But in the 3 games, in the past 2 games, we bowled first and we won. So I think we want to go with our strengths and bowl this team out for a little time.
Definitely, and given the fact that you all won the tournament last year, you'll definitely be looking to repeat that this year. Any changes in terms of your team or composition from the last games into this final?
I mean, no, well, we have a lot of experienced players still from last year, but we also have some new additions, which I think are some really good additions this year, like Kyle Ramlu, Joshua Davis, some senior and 19 players. So yeah, I think we're pretty confident going in today. And yeah, it's just about us sticking to our game plans, backing our strengths, and I think we come out victorious today.
Definitely. All the best to you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the game. The captain for the Central Southwest Flamingos, Mr. Rajiv Ramnath. Opposition decided to take a field first. You have to bat. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we wanted the bat as well. I think the pitch is really good. You know, even if we have to bat a ball, you know, it's a day of cricket, so we just to go out there and give it the best.
And in terms of setting a score that is formidable for the other team to chase, what are you looking at as a target?
The pitch is really nice. So I say anything above 200 is really good because I really back my bowlers to defending score.
Sure. And in terms of your squad coming in today, any changes from the previous games?
Yes. So Ani P.T. Ram is out and Brandon Phillip is in because he's injured.
Okay, definitely. All the best to you, Rajiv. I'm looking forward to an exciting encounter. So the news from the toss is that the North Tobago Masqueraders has won the toss and they have decided to field first. Stay tuned for action.
Well, the Masqueraders surprisingly opting to field here, Visham. As I say, very good morning to Visham, Baby Puran Lalman.
Hey, good morning. Good morning to all our viewers. Yeah, definitely an interesting decision, but I was speaking to the groundsman a bit earlier and they're saying that there could be a bit of moisture just beneath that surface as well. Because if we look around the pitch, there is a bit of moisture in and around the square. So maybe it's a good decision, you never know. But tell you what, Rajiv Ramnath and his Flamingos team, they're saying that they're looking to get to 200 and whatever that is a plus.
Yeah, if they can get to 200, that'll be very good. But it's a good track as we see officials of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board meeting the players led by the president himself, Azim Bassarat. This tournament has been his brainchild. And with him, of course, is Zaid Mohammed and Mr. Fayad Ali, better known as a maths whiz and a maths teacher formerly at Naprima College. He's also meeting the players as well. And behind him, Zaid Mohammed, the administrative manager of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Just saying hello and good luck to the players out there, Visham.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, they'll be raring to go. And of course, any final that is being played, it'll be high intensity. And they'll want to see good cricket on show. And no doubt about that there would be good cricket on show. But again, as we see Mr. Bassarat and Mr. Fayad Ali and Zaid, of course, greeting the players. Of course, kudos must be mentioned to the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board for getting yet another Under 23 Cup on the way, and it being successful up to this day as well. And definitely getting the support from everyone for this tournament is always important. This under 19 years to that age of 23. Number of players, as was mentioned in that match preview, that they tend to fall away after that level, and though being talented as well. And it's good to see this tournament being held to foster the development and the continued growth of players, and this also allows for the senior teams, the academy teams around the Caribbean as well. Of course, number of academy teams being put together by Cricket West Indies, a number of academies being put together as well. The spin bowling clinic, the batting clinic as well. So this opens the door, so to speak, for players who may have not had that look in, or as I said before, who would have fallen away, so to speak, after that on the 19 level. Gives them that opportunity. So all in all, it's an excellent effort by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to get yet another tourney like this on the way. And today, of course, being the grand final, the North Tobago Masqueraders and the, of course, Central Southwest Flamingos. And if you're just joining us, the North Tobago Masqueraders, they would have won the toss, electing to field first. And Rajiv Ramnath is saying that they wanted to bat first, actually. So they're getting to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I myself would have batted first on this track, Visham. I was out there at the toss. It's nice, it's firm. There is some grass coming through. Not too much to be dangerous, but enough to hold the pitch together to allow that ball to come through. It looks a belter. Thing about it is whether there is deterioration later on, it will be at a disadvantage to the Masqueraders. Sorry, the Flamingos. Yes, the Masqueraders who opted to bowl. But we wait to see. Probably there is something in it that we don't know. But again, although it's a good batting track, we'll take application from the boys from Central and Southwest.
Yes, certainly. I think we're in for a good day of cricket. The weather is wonderful for cricket this morning. I think it's going to be that way for the entirety of today, as the forecast suggests.
Good to see Mikel Govaya out there. He's going to be a major plus for Masqueraders in their ambition of returning as champions again after winning last year.
Yeah, certainly. He's always a good cricketer, Mikel Govaya, of course, getting that opportunity with the St. Lucia Kings. And now, his cricket has really grown, Mikel Govaya, and was obviously celebrating his birthday yesterday.
Well, someone needs to inform Mr. Samaru and Mr. Ali that the match is about to start. They're having a lovely conversation on the pitch, inside of the ground itself.
Maybe a bit of factorization. Don't think it's
differentiation.
Yeah.
There's Govaya. Happy belated to the young man. St. Lucia Zooks, or St. Lucia Kings, as they are called now. And it was good that he was able to make that squad. Unlike you, who didn't make Andrew Chan's squad for his Christmas gala.
I didn't make the squad, and I think he had me as a reserve.
Well,
on that squad.
Keshav Bahadur Singh was also a reserve. He said he got a last call when Jason Kailash, Rakbir Prasad Mohammed couldn't accept the invitation. Keshav Bahadur Singh got a late call. You remember a long time with the common entrance? You could get a late call. We're on the way, and that's a good delivery. Just on about the off stump, pushed away. The man is Eric Garcia, and he is opening the bowling from the southern end. He's bowling to the very talented Aaron Banky.
Banky has had a good tournament, and to his previous game, didn't get to his half century. I think that's something he would want to work on, getting past those 30, 40 run scores. He's a very good batsman.
Yeah, I like him a lot. There's so much to like about young Banky. On the leg side, clipping away nicely. And the one disadvantage for Masqueraders is the fact, for Flamingos, is the fact that Shiva Sankar, who's in the team, he made the team. He didn't get a late call. He made the team. And Shiva is not fully fit. He has a back ailment, so he would not be bowling today.
That's a big blow for the Flamingos, of course. So I think they have the talent in their team to work around that, but obviously not having Shiva Sankar bowling, he, of course, a trump card with the new ball for them.
So Eric Garcia to continue. 2 slips, a gully, a point. There's Zachary Siwa going into the sweeper's position on the offside, which it's early doors for that, really. And there's cover in place in the form of Govaya, a long off, mid-on, and a straightish mid-wicket. He's getting the ball to shape a bit, but too short shall be the call.
I don't think he has the pace to be bowling that short. Just want to get that ball a bit closer to Balraj and make him play. Don't want to allow him to get comfortable very early on.
Yeah, you want to pitch the top. You want to bring those guys into the action at first and second slip and gully. Wicket keeper as well. You want to bowl in good areas with the new ball. That's better. Much better. He's getting it to shape away, no doubt.
Yeah, you can see there Balraj seemed to have been in two minds, and at the last moment just allowing it to go into the gloves of the wicket keeper. And especially with him getting the ball away from the right-hander, you want to be on about that off stump. And as you mentioned, 2 slips and the gully in position.
Garcia. Kenny goes back to being a bit too short here. So at the moment it's 1 without loss. That's Central Southwest, better known as the Masqueraders, and with Carnival around the corner, Masqueraders comes into prominence, doesn't it, Vishal?
Yeah, the Carnival season, of course, already underway. Number of parties taking place in and around Trinidad and Tobago, in and around the Brandland Cricket Academy as well.
Yeah, I think there was an experience fete yesterday, right here. A bit too straight. I tried to get out of Gasparillo yesterday to go south, and I had to go through Mount Stewart, where Mikey Rupwa lives.
The mayor of Mount Stewart?
The mayor of Mount Stewart. It took me all of half an hour to get into Esperance, as I went to collect something in the Gasparillo, which is right next to the Brandland Cricket Academy, and everyone was dressed in white.
Well, we all know where they were going.
Yeah, well, where they were coming.
Where they were coming from, yes.
Yes, I think it was a 3 a.m. It was a 3 a.m. fete. Was there a dress code for Mr. Chan's fete as well?
Well, I wasn't sure. I wasn't given all that information. Albeit I was a reserve.
Did they weed you out of the line?
I think, not at all.
Oh, I wouldn't like to think you were smoked out of that. Back to the cricket. It's 1 without loss. It's going to be Abdul Rahman Juman, who's had a good series. Starts well. Had 6 wickets in one of the previous games at the National Cricket Centre.
Gets the ball to come back into the left-handers. This could be interesting with him coming over the wicket, angling the ball away and looking to get it to come back in.
Oh, that's a good shot, but just not beating point. Guvaya is there. And Banky just getting on top of that. It's a bit of a chore for Banky to get on top of those. He's a very short man.
Player.
Coached by Vasudev Rampat.
Not seeing that much movement from Juman just yet, but I think he's just been a bit on the shorter side. Hence you're not seeing that. Just want to get the ball a bit close up to the batsman. Pitch the ball up a bit more. But he's on target nonetheless.
Driving protection out there, so these guys, they've started with a sweeper for Rahman as well. Strange just to be so defensive so early on, and this is a problem that I think that has plagued our cricket over the last few years. We have gotten so accustomed to not winning that we tend, successive captains continue to be too defensive.
Yeah.
At times you would have, even at the West Indies level, you would have 7 and 8 wickets down and the new man coming into bat and there's a cover point on the boundary. Rahman. So he's doing the right thing. He's just putting it down that corridor of uncertainty. He might want to come a couple inches closer to Balraj. Balraj has shown good judgment.
Yeah, he's yet to get off the mark, Balraj, but I don't think that would bother him too much. Of course, being an opener, you can't really study about that. There's a number of balls still to go. Of course, you've got the entire innings in front of you.
I want to say a very good morning to our cameraman as well, Kishar Bahadur Singh. As I mentioned before, he would have played on the Trinidad and Tobago on the 13 team, and I think that was in 1973.
1973.
Yes, but he's still there. Slow start, 2 without loss. We take a short break. Garcia to continue from the southern end. Oh, that's good. That came back into the little left-hander, but he was equal to the task.
I think that's much better from what we saw in the last over of Garcia. Of course, it was his first over, just settling in. It was a bit too straight in the first over. We saw Banky working one down the onside, down to fine leg. Of course, he has the protection in the fine leg, but he has that two slip that he'd want to use very well.
Driving. Nice shot. Ken Guvaya with a nice stop on the offside. Very talented cricketer is Guvaya. He's the son of the former legend, football legend that is, Russell Latapi. So you can see where he gets his pedigree from.
Yeah, certainly. And we speak about all-rounders in Trinidad and Tobago. I think, of course, Mikel Govai is one of the youngsters right up there when we speak about good all-rounders.
It's back of a length forcing. Balraj allowing it to come on to him.
Yeah, I think the way in which Balraj worked that one onto the offside, it tells me that it's very easy for him. It was very easy on that occasion, at least, to do so.
It's a good batting track, isn't it?
Yep.
Just enough for the ball to come onto the bat. No exaggerated pace you will get here unless you're very quick naturally. Worked away.
Don't think that he made contact as he would have liked there, Banky. Anything either side of a Govaya there at short mid-on, that would have been 4.
I'd like to say very good morning to Denise Govaya, friend of mine. She, of course, has 2 of her kids playing today, Kyle Ramdu and Mikel Govaya. Ooh. Did you know they were brothers?
I didn't, actually.
Or you learned that today?
Yeah, at least I learned something today.
Yes.
That last delivery from Garcia, just tucking up Banky just a bit. He's looking to work it on the onside. He's going to come around the wicket now, Garcia.
Ooh, that one takes an inside edge. He was pushing out. He wasn't right out. Has to be careful. That was a good delivery. Let's have a look at that again. Ooh, that was movement.
Yeah, a lot of movement there.
Now we take a short break. We'll be right back. So Juman 7 wickets in the tournament so far, a best of 6 for 50, and here he goes. Oh, that's good. That's a good line. Equal to the task is Banky.
I think Banky in that last delivery off Garcia's over. And that delivery tailed in quite a lot, but he was playing away from his body. Not getting his feet across to cover the line of the delivery. And especially with the ball tailing in that much, needs to be a bit more solid.
Yes, easing this one on the offside. Govaya into the play again. He has been into the play a lot, Govaya. Soon we shall see him with the ball.
He's someone who can bowl with the newer ball as well. Can be used throughout different passages of play in the innings. I'm interested to see him with the bat later on as well in this game. Likes to get on with things.
Short, guiding it around the corner, not going for the full-fledged pull. I thought a better effort should have been made by the fielder running off the boundary down a deep backward square. But Balraj was very aware that there was a man posted there and he did not go for the full-blooded hook shot. Had he gone for that, it could have landed into the hands of the fielder down there.
I thought the ball was in the air for quite a while as well. the fielder would have enough time to get to it. Maybe the sun affecting him, but cricket is played in the sun, right?
I'm sure that he has a shades on. Sachin Emrit is the man down there.
Juman hasn't strayed at all since starting with the new ball. It's been on the money straight away. He has settled in nicely. But again, not much movement from him, and opting to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander and the right-hander. Of course, one slip in position now and that gully fielder.
Short, lovely shot. This is just forward of square, and it the fielder runs all the way around it. They're going to go back for two. Banky, a la Gordon Greenwich on that back leg.
Yeah, certainly. Front foot up in the air there and just whipping that one away nicely. And unlucky for him, it didn't go to the boundary though. Bit too short from Juman on that occasion.
Solid, solid. End of the over. At the end of 4, it's 10 without loss. We take a short break. Three for 36, his best effort. This is Balraj getting impatient a bit. Over mid-on. Good shot. It's going to go into the boundary now for 4.
Yeah, taking advantage of the field restrictions, that one fielder inside the ring there at mid-on. And it was well pitched up by Garcia. And made solid contact there was Balraj. Garcia rightfully pulling back the length on this occasion after being slammed back over his head. It hasn't been a bad start by the bowling team, nor has it been a bad start by the batting team. So I think we're in for a good contest and see some field changes being made. The mid-on fielder being sent back to long on. And Emrit, who was sweeping on the offside, has been brought into an extra cover position.
Quick single.
These are the things that you can expect as a bowling team when you're being attacking, especially having that fielder in the circle rather than outside, sweeping on the offside. Those chances for a run out if the batsman attempts to take a quick single, just like that. It's good to see Garcia coming around the wicket again to bank it. This could be a good contest with the ball tailing in now. Banky has timed this one nicely through the offside. Go via giving chase. Good stop in the end. Good solid 2 runs as well for Aaron Banky. Still reaching out for the delivery. Of course, Garcia starting the ball wide to compensate for the swing that is being offered. Pulling back the length again this time. Sun just bursting down on the Branla Cricket Academy at the moment. And was out there for the match preview. And tell you what, it's quite hot out there. And it's going to be a bit difficult for the players in the heat, but it's the best weather for cricket. Continues to be good there, Garcia, as 5 overs has come to an end. It's 17 without loss. Some conversations being had there by the Masqueraders unit. Looks as though there's going to be a change in the bowling. Or not. Juman is going to continue. Yeah, so Juman is going to continue, and he has been really good. They need that early breakthrough, though, from either of Juman or Garcia. They're looking for that. Maybe a 1 over again for Juman after that conversation. Who knows? But he's bowling well, so I don't see why they would take him off just yet. Oh, tempting Balraj outside that off stump. Pitching it up nicely. No foot movement there, it seemed, from Balraj. Just an extension of the arms. Should be looking to get his feet across to cover the line of that delivery. Get behind the ball. This time driving. Getting connection. Just enough to earn himself 2 runs. Good fielding from the Masqueraders unit. And the fielding has been good throughout the tournament. Oh, this time it's in the air. He could be out, but just over the head of Kyle Ramdu at short mid-wicket. It's a no ball from Juman. So, had the catch been taken anyway, it would not have been out. And that's the second time that we've seen Juman rushing on to Balraj. And Balraj did not look comfortable at all playing the short delivery. Or edging down to a short third man. No run. Banky opening up the offside there, looking to smash that one away. albeit it was a free hit, so he's looking to be a bit expansive. Two slips and a gully back in position for Juman. And as I say that, the gully fielder has been moved across to a short extra cover position on the circle. And there's one slip and a gully. Juman opting to go round the wicket. Prodigious shape back into the left-hander. Obviously, one of these two batters, or batsmen I should say, would want to carry their hand. And when I say carry their hand, I mean bat as long as possible in this innings, if not two of them. But at least for now, set a solid foundation. Rising delivery. I think Banky dealt with that nicely. But that's where Juman, well, when you're bowling a short pitch delivery, and Juman would obviously know that you want to be on the body of the batsman. You don't want to give him any room on the on or on the off. Short cutaway nicely, go via in the way. He has been in the way of a lot this morning. And at the end of 6, it's 21 without loss. And Garcia has bowled 3, Juman has bowled 3. And it hasn't been a bad bowling effort. Apart from that, no ball from Juman. And Banky is there on 9. And Balraj has worked his way up nicely to 11. Here's Garcia once more. Flicked away nicely. That's going to be 4. Lovely shot from Balraj. Straying there was Garcia on the line of the leg stump. And flicked away to perfection from Kyle Balraj. That's his second boundary of the morning. It's been a good start from the Central Southwest team. Garcia comes in again. This time he's taken down the ground. He could be out. And it's dropped. Well, well, well. Balraj looking to go big. And finding the fielder at long on. It was pitched up. Not making solid contact. And the catch has been spilled. That could be a big blow. And a big miss for the Masqueraders, having won the toss and elected to bowl first as well. Good bowling there from Garcia. Just continues to hit his areas. Showing on that occasion to Balraj right at the start of this, the 7th over. but coming back well, providing the chance or an opportunity for a wicket. And it was spilled. Garcia, of course, would be very disappointed. Starting this one very wide, chance for a run out. And, of course, home safely there was Balaraj. Good backing up from him. No hesitation there at all. And they were true for the single quickly. That's good cricket. Good fielding as well at a cover point. Attempting to issue the run out. Again, uppish down to long on. Living dangerously, Balaraj. As the 7th over comes to an end, it's 28 without loss. The Central Southwest Flamingos having been sent in to bat first by Jeremiah Cruikshank and the North Tobago Masqueraders. Despite not getting a wicket just yet, the Masqueraders, Juman and Garcia has been really good with the new cherry. Short. Came up a bit slow there on Balaraj, the manner in which he played it. Just told me that he was expecting the ball to come through a bit quicker. Driving down to mid-off. But smart work there from the mid-off fielder, realizing that there was no protection down at a fine leg. Of course, there's a wide fine leg, but a straightish fine leg region up to that wide fine leg fielder. There would not have been any protection had he thrown the ball. So he didn't take the chance to affect a direct hit. I like this from Jumando. Round the wicket to Banky. Banky has been playing nicely. Just on 9 of 24. But this is good. This is good. Occupying the crease here on Banky. And we all know what he can do when he gets in and gets set. I was looking to guide that one backward of point. Maybe hitting high up on the back there. Umpire Kashif Sandy, the man standing in the umpire's position at the moment. Driving sweetly, but out to the fielder. Can't play on your mind when you're playing those sort of strokes and then you're finding the fielder on a consistent basis. But someone as experienced as Banky, I don't think you'd be too worried about that. That completes the 8th over. At the end of it, 29 without loss. We'll take a short break and be right back. So Garcia would continue. He has been bringing forth the chances. And of course, we saw a drop catch already off his bowling. An attempt to dismiss Kyle Balraj. And this is good to see from Garcia, as of course not much pace from him. And when you don't have that piece to work with, it's all about trying to be as accurate as possible with your lines, with your lengths. And that's what we are seeing from him. He's trying his best to be consistent. Flicked away again, and as I speak about him trying to be consistent, he is straight down the leg side and Balraj is onto him in a flash. 2 straight, clipped nicely, and that's 4 more to Balraj. A partnership of 33. Good opening stand thus far. From these two, Banky and Balraj. Balraj has been more of the aggressor in this innings thus far. Bit frustrated is Eric Garcia, and rightfully so. When you have the chance, that opportunity to get the wicket of a batsman, and then the next delivery or the next over or so he hits you for a boundary, it always rubs salt into your wounds. He's come back well. And the 2 boundaries, well, there are 3 boundaries struck off his bowling this morning, Garcia. And 2 of them, he served up 2 half volleys on the line of the leg stump that was clipped away nicely in similar fashion. And of course he was taken downtown over mid-on's head with 1 as well. Driving nicely, that's going to be 4 more. Backward of square this time from Kyle Balraj. 2 full this time from Garcia. And sweetly timed, sweetly played through the offside for 4. Balraj on to 27. Runner ball 27 thus far. Looking again. Leaving home very early there was Balraj, but he's back home in time. And that completes 9:37 without loss. The Flamingos batting first this morning at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. If you're just joining us, it's the TTCB Under-23 Cup. And of course, it's an initiative put together by Mr. Azim Bassarat, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, the vice president of the Cricket West Indies as well, Mr. Azim Bassarat. And it's a wonderful initiative, to say the least. And of course, this being the grand final, it's a momentous occasion for all of the players involved, and they would know how big of an opportunity this is as well for them to put in the good performances and give themselves a chance for a look in for the academy teams and various teams in and around the Caribbean, and by extension the world as well. Bowling change in Chadian Raymond, who's come in. Looking for two. That's sloppy, really sloppy from the North Tobago Masqueraders. And well. Was it Mikel Govaya involved there? It was. Chadian Raymond wouldn't be too pleased with that. It's going to be wide. Too wide there from Raymond. Seem to be getting so it's going to be a free hit. This is played nicely up and over by Banky. Good attempt there by Ramdu, but he couldn't stop it in the end. It goes into the boundary for 4. So Banky earns himself his first boundary. That would give him some confidence there now, Banky. A good effort though by Ramdu with a fancy footwork. Not so fancy in the end. Score moves up to 45. And pulling back the length as expected there from Raymond. Sure, the thought of where that breakthrough is going to come from is going through the mind of Cruikshank, edged and dropped. As I was speaking about where that breakthrough could come from, Raymond induces the outside edge of Banky and put down. My oh my, the second catch that has been put down by the Masqueraders. Raymond bringing forth that chance early on in his spell. He would be very disappointed with that effort. Seemed to have been an easy chance as well. And Banky has had some problems early on in the innings with those deliveries wide outside the off stump, and he was chasing them We saw that against Garcia as well. Now to Raymond. Bang on target there from Raymond. Not much Balraj could have done with that. Balraj playing this one through the onside. Good fielding at mid-on. Only one. Bit wider of that mid-on field, and he could have gotten 4. I'm sure he'd be thinking about that. Let's see how Raymond would what he would serve up now to Banky again. Stifled appeal there from Raymond and a couple guys in and around the square there. But that completes 10. It's 48 without loss. Here's a look at that again. Certainly bat onto it. And hence no leg by signal. 48 without loss, Flamingos. Balraj on 28. Banky on 17. And we'll take a short break and be back in a few. Well, Mikel Govaya has made his way into the bowling effort now. He's been given the ball by skipper Cruikshank. An experienced campaigner, Mikel Govaya, been in and around for quite a while. And of course, his cricket has grown, as we said, over the last couple of months immensely. And here he is. First sign of spin this morning. Bit too short early. Short and wide, slammed away by Banky. Gets 1. Govaya ensuring that the fielders are in their positions that he needs them to be in. So there are 4 fielders now outside the inner ring. A long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and now a deep backward square leg. It's going to be a wide. Bit too straight this time. So at the moment, Balraj just happy to play on the back foot. Govaya pushing him onto that back foot. Tends to be a bit quick through the air at times, Govaya. This time he's slowing that one up. And the Balraj has to settle for a single, so he's just turning the strike over. The 50 as well coming up. It's 51 without loss. Chance for a run out. And is he gone? Well, no signal from the umpire, just a nod of the head, which means that he's home safely. Was cut away hard though to the fielder at backward point. Here's a look at that, a closer look. Oh well, Govar didn't have the ball in his hand anyway, so no opportunity there for him. Haven't had the best of mornings. The North Tobago Masqueraders, as 11 overs have been bowled, 52 without loss. I think this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Central Southwest Flamingos, having been asked to bat first, getting a good opening partnership. And that's what their coach, of course, would have asked for, I'm sure. I think they would be quite pleased with their position at the moment. Banky is so classy that even his forward and backward defense is they're both really proper, and all of his shots are as well. Just that one thing that I think that he has to work on, of course, getting past those starts. Ooh, that one keeping a bit low. Where has that come from? Just maybe a bit slower there from Riemann as well. Certainly not getting up as Banky would have anticipated.
Well, after 2 overs, Visham, the score was 2 without loss, which means that these two, they've scored 50 runs in the last 9. So they've assessed the pitch well, and they're ready to play their shots, which is the way it should be. Full toss, whipped away. Here on Banky, 19 of 39. Kyle Balraj has 29 of 32.
2 catches dropped as well. One at long on of the bowling of Garcia, and one at slip of the bowling of Raymond.
Yeah, Raymond would not be too happy with that. Raymond, if it's one thing I know about him, he works very hard at his cricket. Has a lot of variety in his bowling as well. Down the leg side. A lovely day for cricket here, Visham.
Yeah, certainly a quiet day at that as well.
Yeah, I was just outside there. I took the opportunity to go into the stands and see if anyone was there, and I think I saw 2 guys and a dog. So not much yet.
I assume as the day goes along, persons would of course turn up, and more dogs as well.
Yes, of course. Well, you're here, so the dogs are safe. One remembers Visham Lalman. This is pushed away. On his second day of working for Cricket 360 about 3 years ago, Mr. Lalman calls in to say that he just struck a dog and its front fender fell out, his back bumper fell out, and his back tire on the left side also fell out. So he will be coming in late. That's the president of Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board up there, his office. The Right Honorable Azim Bassarat. You remember those days, Vishal?
Yeah, I remember that day. Had to venture to the home of the mayor of Mount Stewart, Mikey Rupwa, for some assistance.
So Raymond continued to bowl round the wicket. He's looking to tuck up the batsman a bit, as he's doing there, but a bit over pitch, worked away nicely. Rahman gives chase, and they go back for two. A weighted shot, not trying to overhit it. End of the over, and it's going to be Govaitis to continue from the far end. At the end of that over, the score is 55 without loss.
There was a chance in that last over of Govai as well for a run out. And of course, he would have dropped the ball before and knocking the bails off. And had he had the ball in his hand, Banky would have been gone for all money as well.
A couple members of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board there. You could see Azim Bassarat, the president, the vice president is there as well. Arjun Ramlal. I also see Mr. Samaru, a former comptroller of customs here in Trinidad. And these guys are taking in the cricket. They're having a bird's eye view, Vishal.
An impressive view from up there at the office.
So the sun is out in all its glory, but it's a very, very still day. You look across to the apple trees and not a leaf is moving.
Apples seem to be a bit young just yet.
I think the apple normally mirrors the season. The season is young. The cricket season, that is. But speaking of the crowd, Vishal, normally what you see happening now, because of so much cricket, as I go back, because of so much cricket, people tend to spread their time around. You know, they can't be here all the time. But what you find happening, let's go in again, what you find happening is that now the only crowd you're really seeing at cricket is at the minor leagues on a Sunday, in the community, or at CPL. Because you see regional cricket, this is worked away nicely, runs here. They take one. I think that is all they're going to get. And what you see happening, even at, well, the crowds, they come out at CPL. Even at regional 4-day cricket here at Branagh Cricket Academy, only a handful of people. Why is it though that they come out so much in the community? Do they come out in George Village where you play?
Yeah, they come out quite a lot. But that's a good observation though, that, yeah, you know, in the minor league cricket, of course, there's always a healthy atmosphere in terms of enjoyment and the fans being out there in their numbers. Nervy times there on that occasion for Balraj, as 13 overs has come to an end. It's 57 without loss. The Flamingos batting first. And yeah, of course, the CPL and the various franchise tournaments in and around, you tend to see a lot of persons. And it's just maybe a case of them enjoying the shorter format of the game a bit more and enjoying that party atmosphere. And you don't really see the same support for the longer version of the game, and I can't understand why, because I think it's the most, it is the most beautiful version of the game. It's the best version of the game. Raymond would continue. That gap there, backward of point just opened a bit because of the fact that there's a deep backward point in position. So Banky is allowed a single. Too straight this time from Raymond. It's worked away nicely. And he could get himself a boundary. Yes, he does. Another one to his tally. That was take his tally to 34 now. Too straight, as I said. And not looking to overhit the ball, you know. Just turning that one away. As if to say, let's take a single. And in the end, seeing the ball race across the carpet over the boundary. Good comeback from Raymond. It's good to see that we have the great weather for the cricket, the grand final of this tournament. Since the birth of this tournament, it's always a highly contested tourney and a highly anticipated one as well for a number of persons. And you can understand why, because, you know, of the opportunity that it presents for the players. Right up into the block hole there from Raymond.
Good start here from Masqueraders, I dare see. At the toss, we spoke of just how good a batting track it is, and it has come to fruition. I thought that it was a mistake by Masqueraders to ask Flamingos to bat. I think Leon had said Masqueraders is in a good position. Really, Flamingos. I thought it was an error at the toss because they would have won the toss, and I thought that they should have had first use of this track.
Yeah, I think so. But had the two catches been taken, it would have been 50, let's say 55 for 2. It would have been a different story.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Yorker length. Some clouds seeding just above the stadium there, Visham. Is that coming from New Grant?
I can't see where it's coming from, but all I can see is that it's a picturesque sight above us.
Yes. Picturesque for the farmers, you mean? See, these days you're doing a bit of farming as well, Visham?
In and out.
Yes.
In and out of the garden.
Keeping the boys busy. Yes. Go far. It's back, laying back, cutting. It's playing a bit too early there. So he struck it forward of point, which is what he didn't want. You want to hit those backward of point where there's a gap. Gova has been tight as the economy. This is his third over, none for 6. Just giving that one some air.
He's varying the pace nicely, Gova. And the lengths as well. This time he's struck uppishly over cover. And that's an excellent effort in the field there to stop that one.
Agassi giving chase, but the thing is, he didn't really get hold of it.
Yeah.
There, Banky. He's able to get 2. Thought it had gone for 4, and this is why he could never actually run 4.
They're settling for 1.
1. That should have at least been 2. I thought when I saw Balraj, my eyes was away from the track. I thought that they had ran 3. Uppishly, and that's going to go into the fence of 4. He got a good piece of that.
Yeah, Balraj has been dealing in boundaries this morning. And was a lovely shot over cover.
To come, Rajiv Ramnath, Narayad Kisunat, Kyle Kisunat. It's a good shot. Nice long stride forward. He's a tall man, Balraj.
It's a long reach. Kyle Balraj.
It's going to be Zachary Siwa. Take up the attack now. Siwa looks very fit. I think he's dropped some weight. Is he on your program, Visham?
He's not on my program, but seems to be on a better program than I am on.
You're on a very strict program. I see on social media you eat everything healthy until 5 p.m. and after that
I stop eat.
Well,
after 5.
Yeah, you start a drink. That is when the drinking takes over. Siwa starts with a full toss, and Banky's angry with himself. Full toss, he should have put that away, but it was a mere push. He didn't really go through with the shot.
And that's how he has played all morning. And for the bulk of the balls that he's faced this morning, he's found the fielders on a number of occasions. That can frustrate you a bit as a batsman.
Yeah, it's just about finding the gaps. You know, I always see that conversation between Brian Lara and one of the local cricketers. He asked him what he will do when he go out to bat, and he goes out to bat and he said that he will look to see where the fielders are. And Lara said that is where you're making a mistake. You look to see where the gaps are. So it's a mental thing, and not a full toss that he makes no use of really. Just pushing it to short cover.
Yeah, because obviously if you look at where the fielders are, that would always be in your mind. So if you look at where the gaps are, then by all means that would take the forefront.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Masqueraders finding it very difficult to get that wicket, get that breakthrough. That would do them a world of good.
Yeah, just something to lift them. So he was another one that has a very good slow ball. coming through the ranks from Fatima College. Another Fatima College man there, Kyle Ramdu. Later half of his school career was at Naprima College. That's good. Ease the way behind square.
And Siwa has been attacking that off stump line since starting the over.
End of it. After 16, it's 68 without loss. And the players will take a short break for drinks.
And well put away by Banky.
Yes. Pulling it down. Look at that. He actually played it after the ball passed him.
Yep.
So he was able to access that region there, Visham.
Yeah, he was finding it difficult to do so prior to the water break. And immediately getting into it early.
Again pulling it down, but rushing it there was Banky again. Got excited, didn't he?
Yeah, he thought that he could have repeated the dose there, Banky.
But there he was rushing it. It went forward of square. Can hear Coach Roger is saying, keep on going.
And you can hear his voice from way up here.
Very passionate guy, Coach Roger.
I can tell you how loud that he is from down there.
Well, just pushing that previous delivery through a little quicker. He throws him on. Good comeback to end the over there from Govaya. At the end of 17, it's 72 without loss.
So I'm not too sure if they would continue with Raymond, well, or Siwa rather. It looks as though they're going to continue with Siwa.
Yeah, it's considered just a single in that one over. And although he might not have gotten a breakthrough, this is a limited overs cricket.
Yep.
And you consider a solitary run in an over, well, then you continue. Although during this tournament, I saw some very questionable bowling changes from some of the teams, with guys bowling and conceding 1 run and 2 runs and over and then being taken off. I like the approach though of Banky and Balraj. Balraj has been aggressive, but Banky has shown that he's ready to occupy the crease as well. If he gets a bad delivery, he's going to try to put it away. But 50 overs is a lot of balls.
Yeah, certainly. And after 17, you have 72 on the board. That's excellent.
Slow delivery. And Balraj was through the shot. Nearly got himself in problem there. Didn't pick up the slower delivery from Siwa.
I was just about to say it seemed to have been a slower delivery from Siwa. And a well-pitched one at that as well. And as you said, Balraj threw the shot too early. And that could have easily gone to hand. Just to the right of the short mid-wicket fielder. Would have been a heart and mouth situation there for Balraj. Not following up that delivery well there, Siwa. Down the leg side. That's where he was in the very first over of his. Just on the line of the stumps, Zachary Siwa. Banky found it very difficult in that first over. Hands on head there for Siwa, and rightfully so. Very good bowling. Bit of by play there by the Masqueraders team as well. The mid-on fielder just going up to the stump and Switching the bails around. Nicely turned for a single from Banky. Barra driving out to mid-off, and has to settle for a single. So see, we're keeping things quiet just a bit.
He's a good bowler, Siwa, and he's not one of those guys who will blast you out, but he'll get you out. He has a very cunning change of pace that he uses, and whilst I'm educating you on relations this morning, Visham, I will let you know that Zachary Siwa is the brother of Kevin Gregg.
I knew that one.
Full marks. End of the over, 76 without loss after 18. Did you also know that Jason Passad is the cousin of Dave Passad?
Yeah, I knew that one as well.
Full marks. Full marks for that. $76 without loss, 18 gone.
Govaya has 4 fielders outside the circle. Wide long off, wide long on. Deep mid wicket and a deep backward square leg.
Giving that one a generous amount of air. He's asking Balraj, with long on and long off back. He's asking Balraj to take him on. Oh, he's a good athlete, isn't he? Can't prevent the single though.
Getting a hand onto it, at least. And had he not, that could have raced away for 4. And Balraj seems to be someone who is not afraid at all to take on the bowling. When the ball is there to put away, he certainly does it.
Well, it's a bad delivery, worked away. There's no one in that region, and the Chin making some good ground. They're going to come back for 2. I guess he would have liked to have gotten that a bit fine.
Or maybe get a bit more onto it. And just seem to have turned it away, really. Not too much force behind it. Fielder employed on the offside under the helmet. Some added pressure, or to add some pressure, I should say. No real pressure at the moment on the batting team. It's 19 overs bowled, 79 without loss.
Remember, this is a 50 over encounter. See, we're just making sure that he has the right field. Mid off goes back to long off, and the third man comes into the 30-yard circle. He's not afraid to pitch the ball up, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been doing so for the majority of the last 2 overs that he has bowled. Especially to Kyle Balraj. Something I've noticed though about Balraj, he doesn't seem to handle the short pitch deliveries as well. He's very comfortable playing those deliveries that are pitched up to him.
He's pushed on to 42 or 48. That's at a good clip. Run rate hovering just slightly over 4 at the moment. Banky, on the other hand, has faced 70 deliveries for his 32. What Banky has done is to form this lovely platform of 80 with Balraj.
It's good to see both batsmen putting a price on their wicket as well. Though a bit discounted because of the fact that they offered 2 chances to the Masqueraders.
This is worked away fine. Good running. Excellent running. I think Siwa was in the wrong position. He should have been behind the stumps, and I think he might have been able to effect a run out.
Would have been an easy run out had Siwa been by the stumps.
Let's have a look at that. Lovely pick up and throw. And, well, I think he was in the wrong position.
Yeah, he had so much time to get back to the stumps, Siwa, because the ball was just tuned into the onside. And good to see Banky and Balraj spotting that opportunity for the second run. It could have been a casualty though, but luckily it wasn't.
End of the over, and the end of 20, it's 82 without loss. We take a short break. These And his dad, Gregory Davis, played for Trinidad.
There's a lot behind him.
Quicker. And Balraj just threw the shot. Too close to cut. So some turn on offer there, Vishal.
Yeah, and those two deliveries as well by Davis. Push through very quick from him. I like to see him give it a bit of air.
Normally he's a bowler who gives it some air. I remember when he now burst onto the scene, he used to throw the ball up very, very high. I swear he was trying to ground a Caribbean Airlines flight. But since then he has tightened up.
I tend to see a lot of spinners now bowling quick through the air, and that has really worked for them. Guys like Rashid Khan, even Sajid Khan from Pakistan as well.
Well, anyone can get wickets on that track in Pakistan once you're a spinner. West Indies in a very good position to square the series. Pakistan 76 for 4, going at 254 at the end of 2 days. So they entered the 3 looking for that victory.
And the top 4 is already gone as well. Shan Masood, Babar Azam, Kamran Ghulam, and Herrera. I saw that they sent in Kashif Ali as the night watchman, and it really seemed that he's playing a role as a top order batsman, because he hasn't had a role to play with the ball for almost the entirety of the game, him being the only seamer in the Pakistan setup.
Yep. He's getting a chance to bat, at least. That's a horrible wicket for Test cricket, though.
Yep.
It's a situation where the authorities there in Pakistan are basically setting up the wickets to set up a victory.
Yeah.
And I sincerely hope that the West Indies can put a resounding victory together here so that it teaches them a lesson.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see what's the ICC rating on those pitches prepared in Multan at the end of the series.
Because you then go to places like Australia where the pitches are so good and it leads to competitive cricket.
Yep.
This is a gamble, and I hope that it sincerely backfires on the PCB.
Yep. It doesn't go well for Test cricket at all.
Whipped away nicely by Balraj. Runs here. Should be going back for 2. Davis giving chase.
Yeah, see, we're a bit too straight there. Of course, over the wicket and angling the ball into Balraj. And Balraj has been able to put away those deliveries nicely. A couple occasions from Garcia as well, early in the morning. Siwa doesn't have the protection as well for those deliveries. The deliveries in which he strays down the leg side. He doesn't have the protection for that. Just a short, fine leg. And a bit wide as well. see the shoulders and the spirits of the Masqueraders team just a bit dented at the moment.
And this is where the captain Crookshank needs to play a role and look to get his players up. He's also the wicket keeper, so his job is really to G the team up.
Yep.
They just seem to be going through the motion here. I like to see Orlando James given a couple overs. He is one of those players who can get that breakthrough for you. Again, too straight. Easy runs given away here by Siwa. He's bowling too straight. Is it because of the fact that he isn't given a slip? That he doesn't see the value of pushing the ball across the left-hander?
Well, just maybe it could be that, because of the fact that if it does pick up the outside edge, it could fly away to the boundary. He's trying to compensate for that.
He's done a good job in terms of his economy.
Yep.
Just what, 12 runs? This is his 4th over, 1 delivery to go. Struck down the ground. So this ground here at the end of that over, 90 without loss. The ground here has really taken a picturesque look, so to speak, here, Visham, with the great foliage around the ground. I know you're a man from New Grant. You know a lot about foliage. The apple trees to the southwestern side. It makes for a great picture.
Yes, certainly. It's as you said, a scenic view.
And so, as we were speaking earlier on about the lack of fans here at the venue, you know, what I didn't see is that a number of people are probably at their different places of worship.
Yeah.
You know, the Christians and the Hindus, they normally visit their place of worship on a Sunday. Muslim brothers do that on a Friday. And so probably they're just waiting, you know, to get out of their various worshipping halls, so to speak, get home, have something to eat, and then bring the entire family to the cricket.
Yeah, just maybe take a little afternoon drive after Sunday lunch is prepared and come down to the cricket. Who knows?
Well, one hopes that they're not like our director, Mr. Kailash Prasad, who after he eats, he normally sleeps away. Good guy, Mr. Kailash. Is that why Mr. Kailash did not accept the invitation of Mr. Chan?
Just maybe had his dinner a bit too early and slept away.
Well, judging from what I was told, it was a good thing that he had dinner at home. Because there was no dinner forthcoming.
Oh my. Oh my.
We'll have to get the view of Mr. Chan on that.
I'm sure he's listening.
He's serious. He's listening, but he doesn't hear well. This is time. Balraj, is he on his bike? Was the umpire in the best position? That's 50 for Kyle Balraj. Well played. Let's have a look at that again. 59 balls, 6 fours at a strike rate of 84.7. Well done, young man. So here it is. He pushed it off the back foot. Lovely work there on the offside. If our director could just slow that down for us, we'll have another look. The umpire, though, he probably did get in. We'll have a look at that pretty soon. Here it comes. Well, push the weight. This is a lovely pickup and release. I think he's home.
Yeah,
He's
just
home. Good decision there by the umpire.
Umpire Lakram.
That's the
making
man.
Decision.
A good man, umpire Lakram.
I think two good local umpires out there, Kashif Sandy and Stephen Lakram.
Well, Siwa has been tight, as tight as the economy. And there's a change of bowling. I can't understand why he was removed from the attack. There's a change of bowling, and Raymond comes back in. Everybody loves Raymond.
Well, hence he's been taken. Well, he's taken the ball now. So
Balraj, 59 balls for his half century. Excellent knock by Kyle Balraj.
yeah, it was, and of course 6 boundaries in that really accelerated the innings for the Central Southwest Flamingos.
This time he's looking to open up, but he'd want to retake that guard and start over. Look to get that triple figure. Have you ever scored a century, Vishal?
Well, came very close, but again, didn't score a century, so
Well,
that answers the question.
I'm sure that you will get one this season.
Well, hopefully.
You were 75 short?
19 short, 81 not out.
Oh,
Chasing 150 after tea and winning the game.
well, you would have enjoyed your tea before you went out.
And enjoyed the bowling after I went out as well.
Yes. Reports coming to hand is that balls were flying all over the place in George Village.
Yeah, it was.
But that was when you were bowling. Raymond pushed away for one. So they're in a landmark here, Visham, of 100. And 100 partnership as well. This is so refreshing to see. Because, you know, I said before at the pre-match show that the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Azim Bassaran, was the man who decided to take the bull by the horns, get himself involved, and he changed up this tournament. This was a white ball tournament.
Yeah.
He decided that, look, his thinking was, this is 50 over game. It's 100 overs. And as we look at this delivery going down the leg side, Raymond did issue an appeal. Not out sees the umpire. So the thinking of the president was, he said it's a psychological thing. Oh, he's bowled him. And from the moment Balraj got to that 50, I had mentioned that he had opened up. So he decided to play more shots after the 50, and that was a half tracker in my opinion. It wasn't no big delivery, but it was a good one. It was at least on line. It struck the top of the off stump, and in fact it was an excellent delivery in the end. And Balraj has to go for a well played half century, but I thought he threw it away.
Yes, certainly. And of course that was in his mind, getting to the half century, and beyond that he was looking to be aggressive. And it was a good slower delivery from Chidi and Raymond as well. On target, you hit, I miss, and that's what happened.
He's walking out a disappointed man, but he did get a half century. And the point I was making, the president did say that from the moment the cricketers, especially the younger ones, are called upon to play in a white ball tournament, they think that they have to hit.
Yeah.
So let's play red ball. 300 balls is a lot of balls. And that is why it morphed into a red ball series now. But Balraj really didn't take cue from that.
No, he didn't at all. But I take nothing away from him. It was a good half century though, but he looks set for way bigger things today.
The way he played today, you saw a century in that.
Yep.
And this is what you want. You want guys batting long. Kyle Kisundat is the new man in. Former Trinidad and Tobago middle order batsman. The under 19 and under 15. Also under 17 level. He was not fortunate as Keshar Bahadur Singh to play for Trinidad on the 13 level.
Way back in when? 1973?
1973.
Kisundat is someone who very capable, very stylish right-handed batsman. Very good with the wicket-keeping mitts as well. And I think his team really needs a big knock from him today. Pulling, and this could be 4. He's off the mark with a boundary. Kyle Kisundat. Too short. And well, he's on top of it nicely there, you can see. And as soon as it passed the inner ring here, raced along the green carpet. That brings an end to the over. A wicket-taking one from Chadian Raymond. At the end of it, it's 99 for 1. It's 99 for 1, and Davis continues. Davis hasn't bowled well. Hasn't bowled badly, sorry. He has bowled really well. On the money. And the only thing, though, he hasn't been giving the ball that much air. It's been quick through the air. And now, that last delivery of his, as I was saying that, he slowed that one up a bit through the air. Short. Banky settles for 1. 100 comes up for Central Southwest Flamingos. It's 100 for 1. Kyle Balaraj contributing so much to that. And striking a brilliant half century before falling in the previous over, bowled comprehensively by Chadian Raymond. That ball seemed to have held up a bit. Just a bit of grip on the surface maybe for Davis. And Kisundat playing with soft hands. It's good work there from the bowler. Backing up his own bowling. That ends the 25th. So at the halfway mark, we are 100 for 1 at the moment. Flamingos batting first. Kyle Balaraj, he went for 51. Banky is there on 39. Kisundat is there on 4. Just coming to the crease. We'll take a short break and be back in a bit. Raymond, of course, picking up a wicket in the last over of his. Continues to attack Banky on about that middle and off stump. And Cruikshank having a bit to say as well to Banky. Of course, Cruikshank at the back, the skipper of the Masqueraders, the wicket keeper as well. The four fielders outside the inner ring. And there is a third man fielder. Fielder sweeping on the offside, more of a deep cover point. Fine leg and a deep forward square leg. Sweetly played there from Banky, backward of point. A slip from Emirates. Still manages to get one. That plays this one back to the bowler. Ooh. Bit of heat there from Raymond as he throws that one back at the batsman and Kisundat. Short. Kisundat looking to climb into that one. Getting on top of it nicely though. I'm attempting a quick single and gets it easily in the end. That's good running from Kisundat and Banky. Kisundat called for the single. Here's a look at it again. He called for the single. Banky supporting him well. That ends a good over again from Raymond. 26 bowled, 102 for 1. Looks as though Davis will continue from the southern end. Kisundat places this one in the air. Just to the left of that field, that short mid-wicket. That could have easily gone to hand as well. Dropping just a bit short of the fielder. Maintaining that slip is Davis. Banky looks so comfortable out there at the moment. Doesn't look troubled at all. And this is the phase of his innings I'm most interested in. Tend to see Banky falling in this phase of his innings. So it would interest me to see where he takes this innings, having gotten this foundation, this start. In the air from Kisundat, living dangerously at the moment, in this over at least. Good fielding from Chadian Raymond. A good delivery there. So we saw two heart and mouth situations, so to speak, for Kisundat. Looking to sweep, one taking the top edge. Then looking to use his feet, and one almost ballooning into the fielder's hand at short mid wicket. Just needs to be a bit careful here, Kisundat. Looking to cut this time, and appeal. Umpire Lakram nods his head, gives the cap to Davis and walks away. 23 overs to go. It is 106 for 1. Flamingos, after being sent in to have first strike, they're making full use of that. And the office, Mr. Bassarat's office, seems to be filled at the moment. Looks to have a nice little crowd up there. And it seems as though there is going to be a change in the bowling from the northern end. Eric Garcia is back. Welcome back, Mr. Garcia. Garcia opting to have the long on fielder in position and the long off. Also a very wide third man. Actually a short third man now in position. A wide short third man. A deep backward point. And the deep extra cover. Too wide from Garcia this time. That doesn't interest Banky. Slow delivery this time from Garcia. Banky having to wait that extra second or two just to play at that one. So getting the breakthrough was Chadian Raymond taking off the attack. Just pushing this one out to the sweeper for 142 now to Aaron Banky, the wicket-keeper batsman from the Central Southwest Flamingos. Making full use of the opportunity to bat first. And their skipper Rajiv Ramnath would have said that he would be happy with around about 200 runs on the board. Anything after that would be a bonus. They're well on their way at the moment towards that landmark. Or uppish. Down to go via. At long on for 1. Kissing that, of course, he is not afraid to be aggressive when he has to. He can change gears when needed. Has that ability to do so. It's good bowling from Garcia, but I find that singles are coming too easily at the moment. No real attempt to put pressure on the batting team. It's being made easy for the batsmen to knock the ball around. And especially in this passage of play, that's what's required. Much like that, the batting team having it very easy. That ends at 28 over at the end of it. Nelson on the board, 1-1-1 for 1. .44 to Banky, 10 to Kisundat, but the game started just about 9:35 this morning, so 11:46 at the moment, just above 2 hours now in the heat. Banky given a well-deserved drink of water. Davis comes back, and so does Mr. Vinod Mamcha.
Thanks a lot, Visham. You know, it's Nelson 111 for 1. Well, I just left you in the commentary booth and I went across where we have the apple trees on the south-western side of the ground, and lo and behold, there it is. I got one. We'll have to see that again after this delivery. It was delicious. I have to get one for you, Visham. Davis. Looked to be fine. So Kisundat, 10 or 15. He's looking good as well. End of this over, you'll have a look at the apple. It was quite a walk, though. It's pretty hot. And to my amazement, because you had said earlier on that that it's green at the moment. In the air, bit upish. Some anxious moments there.
I think that you really had to search for that one apple that you caught.
Yeah, I saw one that was ready to go, so to speak. And I brought it back in the com box, and the guys were amazed. They did a video. Yeah, here's Davis. Swung away mightily, but it doesn't have the legs, and a tired Banky with a 50 looming has to leave.
Yeah, just as I said earlier, he reaches these 30, 40. He gets the start and he doesn't carry on here on Banky yet again.
He did all the hard work, Banky. Oh, just didn't get it. Just didn't get it.
Looked to have been there for the shot. It was a good offer. And in the end, just getting that height and not getting much distance.
And there's the apple, Visham. You doubted me.
Looked like some good quality apples.
So 111, they say Nelson, umpire David Shepard, who's now gone to the grade beyond, where we hope. He used to hop with the score on 111 until it moved. Well, Central South West losing a wicket with the score 111.
I think by you finding that apple across there, we could see the Branlara Cricket Academy being filled by this afternoon.
Yeah, I think people should come. There's enough for everyone. So it's going to be Rajiv Ramnath, the captain of the Flamingos, and Rajiv Ramnath, of course. Good player, very talented young man. His sister Samara right now is doing battle as for the West Indies under 19. She's actually the captain at the World Cup. How about that?
He's putting in some good performances as well, Samara Ramnath.
Ramnath will know a lot about Davis. They will play a lot of cricket together. Scored a plucky half century against Hummingbirds in the preliminary round play.
Of course, Ramnath plies his trade with the marching Patriots.
Who doesn't? End of the over. Nelson for 2. Let's have a look at that apple again, Vishal. But you doubted me. We always speak of the apple trees at the Branlara Cricket Academy, and there is the fruit.
Stem looks a bit stale though.
No, I think that's a sun. Look at it, look at it. That's it. The apple. So, it's going to be Garcia to continue. Eric Garcia.
Surprised that Raymond was taken out of the attack after picking up the first wicket.
Questionable. There's been some questionable bowling changes. And that's yet another one. I've looked at the games during this under 23, and I think that Rajiv Ramnath head and shoulders above the rest in terms of a captain, his strategy, his use of his resources and everything. I think he's head of the pack.
Totally agree with that.
Loose. Very loose indeed.
It was a bit too close for comfort there for Kisundat. And he's coming and already.
We're not ready to take for the shot, but he's playing underneath the ball somehow. Again, it's because he doesn't trust the bounce of the track. So he's going and that's wide delivery. The fly slip can't do anything about it, and it's into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, the key there is that he went hard.
I don't think Garcia will be too upset about this. So there's a man just waiting for it.
just to the left of that fielder at short third man. Luckily for Kisundat, didn't go to hand this time around. Again chasing a wide delivery. Scoring rate has really died down since the fall of the first wicket of Balraj.
He was going to closer to a runner ball, Balraj.
Yep. Ramnath, of course, said they're looking at 200 as their supposed target.
Well, normally in the 50 over format, well, back in the day, I don't know about now. He's driving and he's gone. Pushing out early, and Ramnath, that's a big breakthrough. Ramnath has to go.
Kasi ecstatic with that dismissal.
Well,
and why not?
He knows the man. That's a big wicket. That one, that delivery just stood up. Ramnath was through the shot.
Yeah, presented an easy catch there to Chadian Raymond.
Well, in fact, it was go via. In fact, Raymond, yes, Raymond. I stand corrected. It's the apple.
A dejected Rajiv Ramnath crosses the boundary and heads back into the sheds. An early shot there for Rajiv Ramnath. Rajesh Maharaj, the new man coming out to replace Rajiv Ramnath. Nicely behind it, looking for a single. And Kisundat not interested. So looking to get off the mark quickly there, Rajesh Maharaj. 116 for 3. And some pressure mounting now on the Central Southwest Flamingos. And that's what can happen. You're hearing the Masqueraders unit now all G'd up, supporting each other, despite that heat out there in the middle. That has been brought about by those 3 wickets in quick succession. That's what a wicket can do to a team that has just been falling away. That 1 wicket brought 2 and then it brought a third at the end of 30. 116 for 3. New batsman out there, Rajesh Maharaj, and Narad Kyle Kisundat, who's on 17. $20 overs to go. This could be very interesting. And the Masqueraders would know that they would need to continue picking up wickets. Davis with 1 for 12 in his 5. That's exemplary to say the least. Especially being a spinner as well. Risty there from Kisunat on the back foot and just looking to whip it away on the onside. There's 2 close in fielders there. A short wideish mid-on and a short mid-wicket as well. Big miss there at the cover position. Looks to be Chidi and Raymond. They didn't want that single to be given away so easily. Rajesh Miraj goes big over mid-wicket. He'll get 1 and he has to settle for that as well. "31 overs done. 118 for 3. Take a short break and be right back." For 4, it does. Lovely shot. Just clipping it easily. In total control of that was Miraj. Past chin at backward square leg. It's excellent cricket, rotating the strike. Nicely played back down the ground, but protection out there. And guess who? It's Mikael Govaya. Oh, that's so wide. Almost so wide that it could be called a broad. It's a poor delivery from Garcia, to say the least. Especially coming around the wicket as well. Mirage tugs this one. Down to go fire. Looking to add some impetus to the innings. Oh, back at him and dropped. That could have easily been the end of Kyle Kisundat. And that's another chance going a begging for the Masqueraders. Not enjoying the masquerade at the moment. Crunched right back at him. Always difficult in your follow through though, but spilled nonetheless.
Kiss up too hot to handle there, Bisham.
It looked that, well, it seemed that way. Looks as though we're gonna have a drinks break now.
So at this point in time, as you can see again, beaten outside the off stump. Garcia will consider himself unlucky. 8 overs, 1 for 44, not bad. At the end of 32, 128 for 3. 128 for 3 as we resume play here. 18 overs to go before the 50 over cutoff point. Davis 6 overs 1 for 16. He will continue from the far end. Rajesh Maharaj, leg spinner, seems to be an all-rounder. Driving, and he's gone. First delivery, as it so often happens after the resumption, there was Maharaj driving uppishly, and he has to go.
Yeah, making room for himself there and making room to hit it straight into the hands of the fielder at short cover.
Excellent fight back here by Masqueraders.
Yeah, certainly after, being 95 without loss of Central Southwest Flamingos. And as you were speaking about them looking to get to that 100-run opening partnership, there then came the fall of the wicket of Balraj to Chadian Raymond. And then 3 wickets followed after that. Banki, Ramnath and now Maharaj.
So they've gotten, as Micham is saying, they've gotten rid of the 2 openers who posted 95 for the first wicket, which means they have now lost 4 wickets in the space of 33 runs. But Kalki Sunat is still there. But I was told that one of the coaches that Maharaj would be under the hand of is Kishore Bahadur Singh at Presal. So he might need some coaching after playing a shot like that.
I'm sure Kishore would be making a note of that.
Yeah, but that up his shot, Kishore will pull the hair out of his hair. If there are any left. Davis, 2 for 16. Mikkel Sinanan. Well, he's from the southwest zone because remember it's central and southwest. I like this. I like this bit of captaincy. Some pressure now put on the new batsman. Sachin Emrit goes into the short leg position. Doesn't have to bend down too much. Swept away. And Sinanan is off the mark with a 4.
Well, you can't afford to serve a ball like that up to a batsman who's now come to the crease. Accepted the invitation with both hands there, Sinanan. And it's always a good feeling getting off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, 132, much needed boundary. You still think 200 is on the cards?
Yeah, just maybe, but it all depends on how well these two. I think this is going to be an important partnership for the Central Southwest team. I think it's how well they deal with the pressure of having those quick wickets fall.
Yeah, it's a period of consolidation that is needed. And what makes it bad though, with 17.5 hours to go, you don't want consolidation then.
Yeah.
You want to maximize. They got a perfect platform, 95 runs.
Well, that would be the question now. How long can they afford to consolidate for? Especially with that little amount of overs left.
Well, Mikkel Sinanan, I think he's ready to go. His very first delivery he put away for 4. This one nearly sneaks through.
It's maybe a bit of bounce on offer there from Davis.
He's looking to play shots, isn't he?
Yep.
132 for 4.
Yeah, I think he's just looking to be positive. Mikkel Sinanan, despite the fall of those 4 wickets. Kisundat is there on 19. I think a lot depends on him. Kyle Kisundat.
Garcia may well bowl his spell out. This is his 9th over.
Thus far bowling to his field because of the fact that there's no one backward of square leg on the own side. There's only that short mid-wicket fielder in Chin and Govayat long on.
Driving expansively. Can't beat the offside. Yeah, he's on that. Doesn't like to be bogged down. He's on that.
Has been a challenge for these Flamingos batsmen from the start of the innings, apart from Balraj really.
Quick single. Not out sees the umpire. Lakram.
But good fielding, good cricket all around. You can see the intent from Kisundat to get off strike. Seemed to have a bit of pressure building up on him from the start of the over with those couple dot deliveries. And good work by the fielder as well, getting the throw in to the keeper.
What these guys need to understand, Bisham, is that 16 overs is a lot still.
Hasn't seen Juman back into the attackers yet. Gufaya and Siwa has some overs up their sleeve.
Slow delivery, easy to pick that. Someone in Gaspari look could have picked that. Garcia, they're very predictable.
Someone from Gasparilla won't be able to pick the apples unless they come down to the Brown Cricket Academy though.
The crowd has actually built up tremendously. Bisham to the right of us. Ever since the apple was shown. Another one bites the dust. At the end of 34, it's 133 for 4.
I think after today's game I'll take a walk across to the apple trees myself. See if I can find one myself.
Yeah. A lot of apples on the offing. You can see the apple trees in the background there.
That's just some of them.
Yes.
I have a lot more.
The best kept secret in Trinidad.
Well, I don't think it's a secret anymore. Davis not happy with the field. Down the leg side. Down the ground goes Kisunat. 1-2 bounces to the field at long on. 133 for 4. Or 34 for 4 now.
Sinanan looks a busy little player. He's not taking off late, guilty of ball watching. Oh, a fantastic effort. Just behind square by Sachin Emrit. What an effort.
Oh, that was spectacular, Adi.
100 marks for the effort. Look at that. Woo! That would have been the catch of the season.
Yes, certainly.
Or the century.
Well, been a really good catch. Adi held on. But an excellent effort, as you said. Always difficult for someone of the height of Sachin Emrit.
That would have been a third wicket for Davis. 136 for 4 after 35.
I'm fearful now, though, with the amount of parties in and around the Branagh Cricket Academy. I'm fearful that they're going to lose some of those apples.
Well, it's there. I mean, the apple it's there for people to consume. Feel free to take. I'm sure some of our fans who are here will be going across in that direction this afternoon to
I think by the end of the
have a
day,
look.
I think they would do they would certainly do some damage. The fans that are here and the fans that may come.
Garcia. His final over, he has 9 overs, 1 for 45.
Hasn't bowled badly, Eric Garcia. I think we could see the return of Chadian Raymond after Garcia completes his spell.
Building up here.
Early days just yet in this partnership. I think they don't, or they can't afford to lose any more wickets just yet to Central Southwest Flamingos.
They're not giving them too much peace to work with.
Yeah, I think he's taking a lot from what he saw from Raymond. Raymond used that slow delivery, and also Siwa. Both of them used that slow delivery really good in their couple of overs that they bowled.
He's dropped him. to the right of him. I thought he would have gotten a good sighter. It wasn't a brilliant delivery, far from. There it is. Dropped. Single.
Say good afternoon to Gerard Basso, who just phoned in for the score. Very slow delivery from Garcia. Well, that completes his spell. 1 for 49 from his 10 overs, Eric Garcia. At the end of 36, 1-4-0 for 4. Davis is going to continue. Josh Davis. Sweeping is seen, and that's 4. 2 straight this time from the off spinner. And well put away again by Sinanan. Loves that shot from what I've seen so far. That's the second time Davis has served up a delivery of that nature, and it has been put away in similar fashion by Sinanan. Time looking to play on the onside. It takes the outside edge of the bat. Getting squared up there, Mikel Sinanan. This time a chance, a difficult one. Govaya goes to the floor, taking the back of the bat. That was always going to be a difficult chance for Govaya to slip. Good effort though. Davis into his penultimate over of his quota of 10. Nicely played. So looking to just respect the good deliveries put away the bad ones at the end of 37. It's 1 for 4 for the loss of 4. Davis 2 for 27 from 9. Has really assisted in pulling back things for the North Tobago Masqueraders. And there are a couple fans that have turned up at the Brian Cricket Academy for this grand final. And for some apples as well. Mikel Govaya is coming to the attack. He's come back in, I should say. Celebrating his birthday yesterday, as we said. This time it's in the air, but dropping short of the fielder at deep mid wicket. Seen it and goes hard, but it takes the inside edge. This peels out to a deep, well, a backward square leg. Goes 3/4 way really to the boundary. Approaching 150, the Central Southwest Flamingos. Loud appeal this time for leg before, not out, says umpire Sandy. Govaya, not happy. Let's have a look at it again. Oh, that could have been cannoning into Midland leg stump. Kisundat walked right across his stump, looking to play across the front pad. Typical wicketkeeper batsman, as we normally see. .38 bowled. 149 for 4. Well, Sunat looking to go downtown. Maybe down to San Fernando with that one. But, ball seemed to have been heading to Gasparilo. This time he's sweeping nicely. Good fielding. That short fine leg. Sweeping again, much finer this time. And that's going to be 4. Brilliance from Kisundat. .150 comes up as well for the Flamingos. 151 for the loss of 4. Using his feet, down the ground. Fielder settles and takes the catch. Kisundat has to go for 30. Raymond takes the catch. Davis gets his third. So much happened there. Easy as you like for Chady and Raymond. 5th wicket goes down. 151 now for 5. Ranilsta Pereira comes out to replace Kisundat. Turned away, no run. Looking to get off the mark immediately there, Pereira. And Govaya is certainly going to continue. Well pulled there by Govaya, so just slowing up that one a bit. So with the wicket of Kisundat, this makes it a bit more difficult now to get up to that 200 run mark that they were asking themselves to get. This one is slashed away nicely for 4. Sinanan has other things in mind though. He's saying, hold on, I am here. Found the gap to perfection there, Sinanan. Top delivery from a top player, Govaya. The last over was the last over for Davis as well. This one swept away. This could run away as well. It does. 2 boundaries in the over already. Govaya on the back foot. And Sinanan on the front. And so I was mentioning that Davis's spell would have come to an end. And he would have finished with figures of 3 for 29. There seems to be some sort of halt in play at the moment. Looking to get the ball changed. Zachary Siwa has collected the box of balls and made his way out to the middle with them. There's a host of persons that have come in for this final. Since the topic of the apple, though,
So 5 wickets. 5 wickets down, and just around 10 overs and 2 balls to go. Any prediction, Visham, of a final score?
it's around 195. I don't think they would get to the 200 though.
Sinanan is there still. And he's fighting fire with fire. Fire is not going to take that.
Well, luckily, Cruikshank collected that one.
And I would have gone for 4. Oh, giving that some air. Sinanan is going after him. He's not going to die wandering. 10 to go. It's 159 for 5. Chidi and Raymond is going to take up the attack from the southern end now. Three wickets in 47 matches. It's going to be Pereira, the left arm orthodox spinner, bats right-handed. Looking for 2 here, can't get it. Sinanan comes into strike now. And as we saw before, he's going to play his shots.
Yeah, certainly looks like he wants to get on with things, and why not? I think you have to really applaud the Masqueraders bowlers as well. No, just 7 extras in the innings. thus far.
Yeah, they've been pretty decent in that aspect. It's been a good fight back. 5 wickets falling for Flamingos for the addition of 55 runs. Everyone is wrong the wicket though. There's a short third man. And there's a backward point on the 30-yard circle. He has come into a more fly slip position now. Everyone is bowling wide, this is smart.
Yeah, he has the protection as well. And
I think Gopher needs to be just a little finer if he's
Yep.
bowling wide, because there is also protection in the form of Joshua Davis, who's just about 10 yards away from him. Well, that's well bowled.
I really liked how Chadian Raymond went about his work today. And he was really the first bowler that came in and didn't show any fear of using his variations. For the mere fact that it wasn't really going well for them, so he had to try something.
Squeezing this one away. Again, protection on a wide third man boundary.
Yeah, anything on the body of Sinanano, on his legs there, he's gonna go for it. Looks to be a player who likes to go over the onside.
Sensible. No need to play big shots just yet. They've lost 5 wickets. Probably want to push it down to around 45, over number 45, and then look to break loose.
Pereira is no slouch with the bat as well. I saw him at the National Cricket Centre. Yeah, it was the first day of the Under-23 Cup.
Toying with danger there, score wide.
And that is going to happen at times when you're looking to nail the wide Yorker. It happens at times, so you really can't fault yourself too much. It's a difficult ball to nail though.
Full toss. Only 1. In fact, 4. Poor bit of fielding down there.
That's really sloppy.
See who's the fielder down there. Oh. Basic.
Going down for the good old long barrier and it sneaks through. Oh.
Was that Garcia?
I don't think so. Raymond is still unhappy with that.
It was really a poor effort.
You can't afford to, at this level at least, be giving away those easy runs. And something as simple as a long barrier.
A ring of fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, I remember in that first game for the Flamingos, they needed 12 from the final 6 deliveries. Pereira, at the very first delivery of the over, he struck a 6.
Strong man, Pereira.
And the very next delivery, looking to go big again, he was caught by Leonardo Julian at long off. And that was the last wicket that ended the game. Wide fine leg fielder now being sent back on the boundary. And the fielder sweeping on the offside is being brought in to the circle.
Sweeping and sweeping fine. Runs here.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot from Sinanan. As I said, he likes that shot. Whether it's to go over or just to play it along the ground. Have a look at that. Nicely swept, as fine as you like. This hasn't been a bad knock from him.
Anything within reach. Sinanan is going for.
Looks to have some quick hands as well, Mikel Sinanan.
8 to go, 173 on the tins.
Just may have to change my prediction. Sure if we'll see Mikel Govaya bowl out. We'll just see we may see the comeback of Juman or Siwa. But in the meantime, Raymond is going to continue. Smash down to long off from Sinanan. Looking to hit that one a bit too hard.
So peeling off the edge, and he should take the catch there. Chin, he does it. So that's wicket number 6. Raymond gets his second.
Yet another slow delivery from JD and Raymond. And the man you call Lal, Mr. Pereira, he has to go.
Yep. Good player, Pereira. I thought he pulled the trigger a bit too quickly there.
He had some time up his sleeve just yet.
Lemuel Matthew is the new batsman. Had 100 for Presan last year. The Premiership.
Raymond continues to work his magic with the ball. Both him and Joshua Davis are leading the way for the Masqueraders.
Watchful to start with. Two, it's not there.
Good start there from Matthews, leaning into that one, turning the strike over to the set batsman in Sidanan.
Straight down the ground and out of the reach of the field. That goes for 6. In the end there, I thought he might have been in the business taking the catch. Look at this. Straight down, made good ground, just couldn't hold on to it in the end.
Yeah, great effort.
Yep, and that's Govaya. So if Govaya can't take that catch, it tells you how difficult it is. Normally an excellent fielder.
I don't think anyone in the park could have taken that if he can't. But yeah, certainly a good shot from Sidanan. He continues his little onslaught here on the Masqueraders.
Wide signal.
Looking to go back to those wide Yorkers. That's where he's safe.
Sidanan is well up to 37 of 39. Seven to go.
So Davis 3 for 31, Raymond 2 for 45, and Garcia 1 for 49. Govaya goes to continue now. This one is played back to him from Matthews. Down the ground for 1. Doing the right thing, giving Sinanan the bulk of the strike, at least for now. Quick single attempted, and they get it quite easily in the end. Sinanan looks so set right now, and that ends the over. 6 more overs remaining, and at the end of 44 it is 187 for the loss of 6. Raymond just striding slowly to his run up. Oh, slam back down the ground. That's 4. Sinanan. Oh, how well have you played this morning into this afternoon? My prediction has certainly been burned to the ground, courtesy Mikael Sinanan. It's going to be wide. Raymond overcompensating this time around. Played out there this time by Sinanan for 1. Matthews this time getting into the act, but it's good to see them rotating the strike amid those deliveries that are presented for them to put away. Nicely time transfer run out, and he's home safely in the end there, and that could have easily been him going back to the dugout, but luckily he's home safely. A bit of indecision there between him and Matthews. Seven for 6 as we come to the end of the 45th now. Guided out by Sinanan to that field at the backward point. At the end of 45 overs, it is 198 for the loss of 6. Fire with his final over, and immediately Sinanan gets this one away. So he's on 49 now, Sinanan. One run away from his half century. 199 to the Flamingos as well. Looking for the single. Gets it easily. Matthews through in a flash. The 200 comes up, and that's where they would have wanted to be. Rajiv Ramnath said he'd be happy if they get to 200. They did, so I'm sure he's a happy man. There's still 4.4 overs to go. Sinan looking to get that single. That was that Yorker from Govaya, the previous delivery. Sweeping, he will get his half century now. That half century coming up off 50 deliveries. A runnable half century for Mikel Sinanani. He came in, and despite the 4 wickets falling, he was able to stitch together some good partnerships with Kisundat and now Matthews as well. 50 or 50 with 7 fours and a 6 in that. Really added some impetus to the innings.
Yeah, well, Visham, coming in basically unknown, Mikel Sinanan, and he has made us all stand up and recognize him. That's a nice shot there by Matthews. Gets one. All of a sudden, people are asking, who's this young man now? 50 or 50? Sweeping, top-edged. Short of fielder down there, Garcia.
And you see that now people are asking who is Mikel Sinanan. That just shows the importance of a tournament like this.
Yep.
The under-23 tournament.
Well, Vishan, we've gone past your score. 195. Your good friend Dave Prasad sends in 210. Looking at this situation here, I might want to see 220.
I'll go 226 this time.
Well, I'm going for 220, 221.
Let's see who will be winning the lotto this week.
Abdul Rahman is back for the fine. Started at the northern end this morning. Bowled his 4 overs for 10.
Surprised that we didn't see him come back at all in the middle phase of the innings.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that. Missing his run. In the air, could get a wicket here immediately, and he does. Lovely. Just on and about the off stump, and he gets rid of the dangerous Sinanan.
Yeah, Sinanan looking to go after getting to his half century. Can't fault him though. And in the end, a good catch taken there by Raymond, it looks like.
Yep.
Must applaud Sinanan for his innings of 51 though. Added some invaluable runs to his team's tally.
Yep, and his teammate with 51 on his back walks out there now. Brandon Phillip.
Brandon Phillip would have come into the side today, getting himself an opportunity.
Well, that's a good ball. Wide Yorker.
Juman nailing the wide Yorker. I think he deserved a wicket or two on Juman after how well he had bowled this morning.
Edged. Dropped by the keeper. So Matthews gets alive.
Difficult catch. Good effort there by Cruikshank. Thought that given his caliber, I thought that he should have taken that one. Caught him by surprise, it seemed.
It would have been a fantastic catch. Oh, that's good. That nearly yorked him. Brandon Phillip in problems here.
This has been an excellent over from Juman.
How did that miss?
Very close to that off stump.
That one not coming up. It's the end of a good over from Abdur Rahman Juman, and it's 205 for 7, 3 overs to go.
It's always difficult when you're in the field for such a long period of time and then having to come back to bowl a couple overs. And it's good to see Juman, after bowling 4, having spent all of about 39 overs in the field since this morning, after bowling those 4 overs. It's good to see him coming back and being on the money straight away, picking up a wicket, a much needed wicket of Sinanan. Because who knows, if he was there, it could have been a different story, given the manner in which he was going with the bat in hand. Chadian Riemann is continuing. 2 more overs for him, so I'm guessing he's going to bowl this and the last over. This being the 48.
Slow delivery. Matthews threw the shot before the ball came. Coming off the back of the hand. Raymond would not be unhappy at all with this. Doesn't mind giving away the single.
Been a bit expensive today, Chadian Raymond. 57 in his 8.2 overs.
Philip able to get this one away. I think Masqueraders will be happy with just giving away singles at this point once they contain the boundaries. Still, over 200 is still a score to get.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks as though Raymond is taking all the pace off his deliveries and asking them to put whatever pace that they want on the delivery if they had to put it away.
Beaten. Well, that's a big hit. And just can't get past Davis.
I can't understand why Matthews struck the ball and stood his ground.
Yeah, I thought it was going for 4 or 6. Is it that he wanted to farm the strike?
I highly doubt that.
Excellent. Very good over there from Raymond.
Yeah, I think his figures don't really show how well he is bowled, Chidian Raymond.
Definitely. Juman coming back for his 6th over and final.
TTCB. Members of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board right atop the stand there.
Edged. And in fact, he's gone like before. Excellent delivery there by Rahman.
Yeah, Rahman strikes again.
Let's have a look at it. Was he struck outside the line though? I thought probably a bit unlucky being struck outside the line.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you on that. I thought that he was struck outside the line of the off stump, and he was playing a shot, so.
Zachary Siwa goes in now. In fact, what am I saying? I said Zachary Siwa is Bandu. Siwa is on the fielding team. It's Ryan Bandu. Speaking about Siwa, he would have a big role to play if Masqueraders had to get past the score.
Juman looking to finish things up here for the Masqueraders.
Clip to it, I'll go for 4. Just a bit too straight there. And Bandu showing his pedigree with the bat.
First delivery of the mark straight away with a boundary. Much needed one as well. Too easy for Ryan Bandu.
Good Yorker. Squeezed away again. More runs. 4 more. Unlucky there. Rahman. 217 now.
Yeah, that was a top delivery there from Juman. A good response after being struck for 4. But then again, being so unlucky that even that brilliant delivery went for 4 as well.
Chin has been sent back to long leg. Struck straight down the ground. Bandu showing that he has what it takes. They're going to go back for 219 now.
It's good batting here from Ryan Bandu. He's come in, and though one of his boundaries were a bit fortuitous, he has really added some value here.
Driving up in the air. Two more. Important runs here. So they've reached my score of 221.
It's an over and one delivery remaining again.
Bandu showing his wares. End of the over. 221 for 8.
Yeah. Last over coming up. 221 for 8. Raymond with the final over. Slow delivery to start. Smash through the offside. Excellent work from Govaya. And brilliant running from Matthews and Bandu. Pulling. Slow and short as well. Seems to be a bit of a stoppage in play. Change of shoe for Lemuel Matthews. And funny enough, he took the wrong side of shoe. Well, interesting, but 3 balls to go after he finishes up with his change of shoe. Getting the gear back on the right leg guard, that's the pad, and the helmet and his gloves and so on, and he'll be back up and running. Thinks he's ready to go now. Yeah, he's up and ready to go now, Lemuel Matthews. And here's Raymond with the 4th delivery of the final over. This one is swung away high and hard, but into the hands of the fielder at deep mid-wicket. And Bandu has to go. Was outside the off stump. He took it from way over the offside, played it onto the on, and found the fielder. Couldn't have found the fielder any better there, Ran Bandu. But that brings an end to his innings for 12. That's the 9th nail in the coffin for the Flamingos. 224 for 9 now. And Bandu makes way for Kevin Kanhai. Nicely played by Kanhai for 1. So Kanhai off and running. 1 more delivery remaining in the first innings. It's 225 for 9. I predicted 226. Well, my first prediction was 195, so I was off. I was beaten to that. But let's see if my prediction of 226 would be right this time around. Raymond 3 for 64 in his 9.5 overs. Was slow and short and pulled away. 1 bounce to the fielder. Chance for a run out, and oh my goodness gracious me, the keeper dropped the ball. And funny enough, he executes the run out now, this time around. And Matthews ends with 15. Kanhai is run out. And I believe that the innings would end on 227 for 9. Yes, well, all out actually. The run out just being confirmed. So 227 all out. The Central Southwest Flamingos, after they were sent in to have first strike by Jarma Cruikshank and the North Tobago Masqueraders, after he would have called it right at the toss. So Kyle Balraj, he had 51, and Aaron Banky 48, and also Mikkel Sinanan had a half century in that. 3 wickets to Josh Davis, 3 wickets to Chadian Raymond, and that's how it went for the both teams in this first innings. Do join us in about half an hour's time for continued coverage of this game and a chase of the North Tobago Masqueraders, in which they would need 228 for victory from their allotted 50 overs. See you then.
So we're back here, and it's going to be Lemuel Matthews to open the bowling from the far end. And he's bowling to Gerard Chin. Kyle Ramdu is at the non-strikers end. As I say, good afternoon after a very hearty and sumptuous lunch. I say good afternoon to Visham Lalman.
Good afternoon. You know, then yes, it was really a delicious lunch.
It was, wasn't it?
Prepared by the caterers.
We must say good evening to Suzanne Catering Services. The president's box at the far end is clear.
Maybe still indulging in some of those lunches.
Yes. So Ramdu and Chin opening the batting. 228, a decent ask.
I think it's a good score put down by the Flamingos.
What a fourth to start.
What a way to start things off for the Masqueraders. And the driving outside the off stump. A good delivery from Matthews though, maybe a bit too wide.
Too full as well, I thought. Allowed Chin to come forward and drive. Just needs to pull it back a couple inches. You can see he's getting the ball to shape away from the right-hander. Chin looking very confident. Is that a good series, Chin?
He's really looking to get at the ball, get at the bowler.
Matthews takes his time to get back to his crease. I've noticed that with him. It's as if the whole world has to wait on him.
He moves very slowly back to his mark. You want to move with a bit more purpose.
He's not the kind of guy you will send to buy a bag of ice if you're having a few beverages. Better line. He takes his time again. By the way, he has just passed the umpire. He's on his way back to his mark. Should be there this afternoon. Lemuel Matthews, 5 wickets in the last game that he played. In fact, it was the second to last game. That was against South.
It's not a bad bowler, Lemuel Matthews. The first game he didn't open the bowling for the Masqueraders.
Driving. Well fielded. Chin is looking good.
Yeah, certainly. I think he is looking, as he said earlier, very confident in his approach. Solid. Apart from edging one away of the very first delivery for 4, he's been able to cover the line of the deliveries that has been served up by Matthews very well.
And of the first over, it's 4 without loss.
Not a bad start from Matthews for the Flamingos. Be interesting to see how Kyle Ramdu goes about his work at the start of this innings. All know that he can be as attacking as ever. He really lit up the Brownlow Cricket Academy a couple of weeks ago in the Dream 11 tournament, a couple of months ago I should say.
That's the vicinity there of the apple trees. It's going to be Pereira to open the bowling, left arm orthodox.
Think I'll pick a few this evening, make some fresh apple juice.
Mm.
Mm.
You can invite your good friend Baby P to come and have some.
I'm sure he'll be waiting for that.
You said he won an award, did he?
Yes, most improved player award.
Are you his coach, Visham? Oh, Ramdu going after a wide delivery there.
Well, he said he started playing cricket because of me. If you ever hear him speak about his little career thus far, he would tell you that he started playing cricket because of me. Because he's my next door neighbor, and every time in the afternoon when I played cricket, bet your last dollar in your pocket that he would be there throwing ball for me or wanting to bat from the age of 8.
Wow. Ramdu gets a full toss. Doesn't make full use of it. Kyle Ramdu. And he's not playing cricket, he's a cameraman at 360. Trained by Executive Diamond Counsel Gerard Basso.
Oh wow. A great cameraman in his own right.
EDC. Let's say good afternoon to Gerard EDC Basso. End of a quiet over, 5 without loss.
Just one run coming off that over from Pereira. He's someone who is not going to give away much as well, though, Ronesta Pereira. I suppose a tight line and length. A left-arm orthodox spinner. There's so much left-arm orthodox spinners around the world at the moment. You tend to wonder if at times these left-arm orthodox spinners at youth level, does that ever, diminish the expectations of reaching at that level?
Quite a lot. Ramdu on strike, and Matthews will want to be on spot, because if he's slightly offline here, Ramdu will punish him.
Ramdu's a no-nonsense player.
2 slips, a gully waiting. Matthews. Wide signal. And Matthews takes his time again.
I think as a captain, you need to have a word with Matthews, especially when the over rate is a concern. think.
It's sickening, yeah. I mean, when bowlers don't stick to what is expected, overrate could become a serious issue. Good delivery. Ramdu just playing inside the line. And there he goes again.
It just went on with the angle, that last delivery. Shaw Pereira just going up to have a word with Ramdu. Ramdu just steps away. Two fielders out of the inner ring, a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. I think they've listened to you. They're not having the sweep on the offside like the Masqueraders did.
Ramdu gets one. That one squares him up a bit. And it's going to go for 4. Really tardy work there by the Flamingo boys.
Very sloppy. And
a good delivery.
excellent delivery. I don't think that the ball should have been thrown in the first place.
Matthews is still not happy.
Well, that's going to take him even longer to get back to his bowling mark now.
Yeah, he needs to understand that there is something called overrate. This is not street cricket.
You have to put that behind you. It's already gone. You can't afford to continue to speak about it.
Well played by Chin. I really like the look of Chin here. All the hustle and bustle coming up the road for Matthews, and Chin just presents a full face.
He doesn't present his chin, he presents the full face of the
Yes.
bat. Not just the chin. And posing for the cameras as well.
Oh, naughty shot. Should have left that alone.
A naughty ball as well, because it's a no ball.
Yep, that's overstepping, going for the extra piece. In fact, he crashed into the stumps, and that is why it's a no ball. Matthews crashed into the stumps, and a non-strike is in.
How unfortunate is that? Well, immediately, no ball signaled.
I think when he bent his knee, it did touch the stumps.
Don't see that too often.
Now, you don't want Matthews having to bowl an extra delivery, do you?
Not at all.
Well, look at that. Chin outfoxes him. Goes across his stumps. He pushes it wide, seeing that Chin is coming there. Of course, that being a free hit, Chin wanted to free his arms a bit. So it's a wide. So the free hit is still in effect. And there goes Matthews having another delivery to bowl. I think I'm going to go to the back and have a shower and come back to complete the over. Struck away magnificently by Chin for 6. It's a little man, but he packs a punch.
Too wide this time.
Carved away.
Chin opening up that offside. And Matthews feeding him on that occasion. Lovely shot.
Jerry Chill goes into double figures now. A rapid start here by Masqueraders, 6.71.
This over is taking an age and a half.
A wide. And there he is, taking his time to walk. Somebody needs to speak to Matthews and, let him know to get on with the game.
That's something I don't think is hard to work on, but he needs someone to tell him about it.
Another wide. Now, play started at 2:12. It's now 2:25. In fact, play started at 2:08. Sorry, it's now 2:25. So we've had 17 minutes, and this is only the third over.
Unacceptable.
Granted that he has bowled 4 wides and a no ball in this over, so he's bowling 2 overs by the time he's finished. But that's not the issue, it happens.
Yep.
Thing is that he takes his dear old time to do everything. Look at that. Takes his time to walk back to this very long run, Bisham. I think you need to contact Baby P. Let him know that you will not be having that knock this evening. Much better delivery.
Seems to be in some discomfort as well, Matthews. I'm not too sure what's the issue.
Well, I know he lost a shoe. I don't know if the pair he has on now is probably not as comfortable as what he... But then, he would be using his batting shoes. Can't use spikes to bat.
Yep.
So I don't see that his bowling shoes was not affected.
Keshav is saying that he has an injury.
Who, Keshav or the bowler?
Well, the way in which Keshav told me.
Punched! Lovely shot through the offside by Little Chin. And that's one more. Have we come to the end of the over? Yes, we have. 22 without loss at the end of 3. We take a short break. So it's going to be Pereira. Another Presalian. Nice use of the feet there by Gerard. Not to be confused with EDC Basso. This is Gerard Chin. A player.
Gerard Basso's Sunday is going at the moment. Oh my. Full toss from Pereira. Thought that Ramdu missed out.
Good delivery. Chin equal to the task, getting it away.
Looked to have been the arm ball there from Pereira. After one going on with the arm. Much like we see from Akil Hussein on the international stage.
Chin has farmed the strike, so to speak. So it's 15 deliveries compared to the 8 that Ramdu has faced. Two required still. And a 426 without loss.
It's a good start from the Masqueraders standpoint, with Ramdu and Chin right at the top. It's good to see them not losing an early wicket just yet. Matthews, it looks like he's going to continue. Well, Matthews is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Ramdu. Taking the outside edge and just through for a single. Short and Chin getting the bat down just in time. Cutting nicely but straight to Pereira at backward point. This has really been a lovely day for cricket, a lovely day for the grand final of the TTCB U23 Cup. Worked away, no run. Matthews continues to move gingerly towards his mark. I think he's suffering some discomfort in his knee. Edging and dropped. Chin almost guiding that one into the hands of the wicket keeper. Oh, it would have been a difficult catch for the wicket keeper. But a good effort nonetheless. It would have gone straight to the first slip fielder, but whether or not it would have dropped short, I'm not sure. Anyway, that ends 5. It is 28 without loss. If you're just joining us, the North Tobago Masqueraders would have won the toss, selected to field first. They would have dismissed the Central Southwest Flamingos for 227 off their 50 overs, and now looking to get 228 for victory. They are 28 without loss, 200 runs away. And their openers, they are looking solid as can be thus far, both Kyle Ramdu and Gerard Chin. Cut to straight to the field again. Chin has already struck a maximum in this innings. This one is played back to him and he's gone. Lovely catch there from Pereira. And that early wicket has come to the fore. Chin using his feet, played back to Pereira, who took a good low catch in the end. Chin was looking so good at the start of this innings, just throwing away his hand here. And the first wicket down, 28 for 1. Chin goes for 14. Chairman Cruikshank, the skipper of the the Masqueraders rather, he's coming in. skipper of the Flamingos unit, Rajiv Ramnath, he didn't have a good day with the bat in hand. But Cruikshank's team really need him here. Well defended by Cruikshank. Pereira continues to attack the stumps. That completes a wicket taking over for Ranilsta Pereira. 6 overs done and dusted. It's 28 for 1. So a wicket maiden by Pereira. Matthews is back in the meantime and played back down the ground for 1. Matthews proving to be expensive, none for 24 in 3.1. Punching this one out to mid-off. So he's off and running. Flicked nicely by Ramdu. And Matthews in the meantime, he goes down. This doesn't look good. I would hope that he's okay. He's already suffering with that right knee, or well, he's holding that left ankle and calf area. Oh my. Just falling over in his follow through. Looks as though he'll be good enough to continue. Still stretching. Just pitching that one short of a good length there, and Cruikshank solidly behind it. 31 for 1 as we approach 7 overs. Healthy start by the Masqueraders. They'll be a bit dented by the fall of that wicket of Chin. Cruikshank looking for 2, and he'll get it easily. Easily in the end there from Jeremiah Cruikshank. Driving, no run to end the 7th. At the end of it, 33 for 1. Masqueraders chasing 228. Pereira is going to continue, and having picked up a wicket, why not? Looks as though Matthews has left the field, and Shiva Sankar has come out to field for a couple overs. Oh, well flighted. Getting into the foot marks there, Pereira. Ramdu missing out. Time he's driving for 1. So that wicket just slowing things down a bit for the Masqueraders. The fall of Gerard Chin. Pereira has been ever so economical. Slammed straight to the cover fielder, and it seems to have been spilled. Well, well, well. Cruikshank gets a life. It was short, it was wide, it was there to be hit. He struck it straight to the fielder. Back to him at the end of it now. 35 for 1. Mikel Sidenan comes into the attack. Had a good day out with the bat earlier. 51 with it. Doesn't start well with the ball. This one flicked away by Cruikshank. And he'll get 3. And he has to settle for 3. Ramdu just taking his time a bit to settle. Nice delivery there from Sinenan. Not looking for too much pace, just looking to keep things quiet, looking to keep it consistent. After that first delivery, he just need to alter his line and length a bit. He realized that. Last delivery much better. Ramdu driving nicely for 1. Back to Sinenan, no run. Down the leg side, that's going to be wide. So a bit too straight again from Mikel Sinenan. Don't want to get that extras count up at all. It's good cricket all around there from both the batting and the bowling team. Still one more delivery to go in the over. Flicked out to, well, the mid-wicket fielder runs around. So that ends the 9th over. At the end of it, it is 42 for 1. Take a short break and be right back. Pereira is back for his 5th. Ramdu looking to get a single. It's not on offer. It's good tight bowling. Good fielding as well. Again, same region. Can't get off the strike. So it's only Pereira, Ramdu, and the fielder at short mid-wicket at the moment. It's only 3 of them that seems to be playing the game at the moment. This time he's able to get it away though, Ramdu. So that brings an end to Pereira's 5th over. 10 overs have been bowled. 43 for 1. Looks as though there are going to be some more spin from the Flamingos. Rajiv Ramnath seems to be coming into the attack. Hasn't done badly with the ball this tournament, Ramnath, when he is bowled. Good start from him. Good start from the skipper and Rajiv Ramnath. It's played back down the ground from Cruikshank. So Sinanan getting an over. And then Ramnath decided that he would take over from that end. $45 for 1. Turning that one away, looking to get through for a single. And 11 overs completed. 45 for the loss of 1.
So it's 45 for 1, Visham, after 15. In fact, how many overs have gone? I think it's 11, sorry, my mistake. So run rate is not an issue. Ramdu, 16 of 28 has been good. I thought Chin was excellent until he threw his hands away. And Cruikshank on his arrival has been very positive indeed.
Yeah, I thought that Chin really threw his hand away, as you said. Looking to use his feet to Pereira and looking to take him down the ground, but I think it's straight back to him.
They still did well. I think he could keep his chin up walking out. Ramdu always seems to have a lot of time to play his shots.
Pereira has been so economical with the ball. So this 6th over and only conceding 9 runs.
It's normally the case with him. He hits a spot and he stays there. Sometimes a bit short, and Ramdu not taking advantage as he would like. He's inviting the drive. Ramdu will be upset he didn't pass the offside. End of the over, 46 on the tins.
Only 1 wicket down just yet. That going to Pereira. And, that was the wicket of Gerard Chin for 14.
Ramnath who put down a catch early on. You normally don't associate Rajiv Ramnath with putting on any catches. He's an excellent fielder, but he's also a human being.
And human beings are allowed to make mistakes at times. Ramnath has, as I said before, bowled really well in this tournament when he has gotten the opportunity. Well, when he has given himself the opportunity to bowl.
Abdul has been watchful.
This can be bothering because of the fact that Ramdu is buying his time, and you know that he has a second gear as well that he can click on in a flash.
It's a good shot. Should be looking for 2 here. So they're approaching the 50-run mark. It's 49 for 1. So 50 up, 50 for 1. Brings Ramdu back on strike. Marge is going to be turning the ball into Ramdu. That's a lovely shot through the offside. Only a single though. Mirage tosses the ball from hand to hand. Shark is driving, more bat hitting the ground, I think. That was a wrong one. Well read there by Cruikshank. Again, another wrong one. Too short though, easy for Cruikshank to pick. Play it away on the offside. Well left. Well read by Ramdu. Obviously he was reading now off the hands, out of the hands. Thought over goes after 14. It's 52 for 1. Ramnath has been good with the ball, and he continues. Bit short on the back foot is Cruikshank. Looking for a single. They would have faced Ramnath in the nets a lot. You know, the 19 cricket. Nice long stride forward. Once the single, he can't get it. Was really good form. Got 78. The last game, and that was against this same opposition. Just a single so far in this over from Ramnath. Ramnath will be disappointed he didn't do much more with that. It was short. End of the over, the end of 15, it's 53 for 1. Maharaj to continue. Down the leg side. That's 4. Badly lined. Fine leg up in the circle. Some much welcome boundary. It's Mirage again. Much better. Better line. We're going to get through his overs pretty quickly. He's walking back briskly. Not as briskly as Visham Lalman, who has now joined us. $171 now required. That's 4. Welcome boundary again.
Well, I was about to say it looked like 5 wides, but in the end, Cruikshank seemed to have gotten something onto it.
I did sweep at it, closing off the face.
Went very fine.
33-run partnership between Kyle Ramdu and Jeremiah Cruikshank. Ramdu 19 of 44, Cruikshank 22 of 26.
I think these are the 2 players that the Masqueraders will really depend on heavily.
Ford of Square gets a single.
Of course, Mikel Govaya as well to come later on, if it does get to him.
Sensible by Ramdu. 2 boundaries in the over. No need to do anything silly there, Visham.
Yeah, just leaving it alone into the gloves of Aaron Banky. And yeah, it's a good over when it comes to, and then 62 for 1, as he said. It's a very healthy start, despite that 1 wicket being lost of Gerard Chin. Not much leg spinners on the local circuit. You don't see too much on the regional scene as well. These days, it's good to see a youngster in the form of Rajesh Mirage. Of course, there's Samir Ali as well. Ramnath is back. Let's play it back to him. On the back foot, whipping it away, but no run to that mid-wicket fielder. They found it difficult at times to get the ball away, but at the same time they have found their way to score their runs. Cruikshank very experienced, Ramdu very experienced as well. Nicely played out to cover. We're approaching that time for the water break, maybe very shortly. Just about an hour's play has gone. 1 ball away from completing the 17th over. Cut away nicely, but there's protection out at deep cover point. So that ends the 17th. And after the 18th over, there would be the drinks break. Of course, you can see umpire Stephen Lackram to the back there, to the right of your screen, giving the signal. Looks as though there's going to be a change in the bowling. Actually, Kanhai. Kanhai is going to continue. Well, he's going to take up the attack. Kevin Kanhai. Another leg spinner. So a leg spinner replaces another here from the northern end. Ooh, starting very well. Pitching on about middle and off stump. Beating the edge of the bat of Crookshank. Some sharp turn there from Kanhai.
Too short. Swivels and swivels well. Crookshank gets it away. Looking good here, Crookshank. He is on 25 or 35. Ramdu playing the sheet anchor. And Ramdu is doing a sensible thing here. He's playing a similar type innings to what Banky played.
Yeah, and it's an innings, of course, that he would want to mirror, but at the same time, he'd want to push on. If he does get to somewhere around about 30, 40 runs, want to push on.
Short.
Looks set though.
He's in form. He got a 78 against Central, the same team, in the last round of the preliminary play.
Crookshank has come in and surpassed him.
Easy batting. Just dropping and running. This North unit looking like a well-oiled unit.
Kanhai has bowled a bit slower than Rajesh Maharaj, who would have bowled the last over from this end.
If he's bowling slow, he's going to get the ball to grip a lot more. Whether there's purchase on offer here on this track, we wait to see how much he can get. But he's an attacking bowler, and a wicket is what they need here right now. Oh, that's good. Not bad at all. End of the over from Kevin Kanhai. 4 runs coming. And the players will refresh themselves. It's 67 for 1 at the end of 80. So the players, they've returned after the drinks break and they will want to continue in the same mode. Rajiv Ramnath, you can see there, the skipper seems to be coming back into the attack. 4 was none for 7, that's excellent. So Ramdu is on strike. He's on 21 of 48. Cruikshank 26 of 37. These two will want to take the score as deep as possible towards that target. Ramnath. Ramdu just leans into it, continues to pound the runs here. He goes on to 22, as I say. A very good afternoon to Kishore Bahadur Singh.
Hi, good afternoon, Vinod. Definitely a pleasure to be alongside you in the commentary booth. Very exciting final that we have had thus far.
Yep. Even Stevens?
Yeah,
Slightly in favour of North. What do you think?
I dare say the same as well. The equation is definitely in their favour. It's just to see whether there might be any twists or turns in the plot.
A bit too short. And Cruikshank is able to go onto the back foot to play him down the ground. So just looking to push as far as possible, increase this partnership, which I think is around 40 now, and work towards getting that target. There's Ramdu. Let's bat it sensibly.
Ramdu just taking his time. Usually we know that you can see the explosive side of Ramdu, but as well as the measured side, so it's good to see that balance.
How difficult it is, Kishore, for guys who normally like to go after the bowling, how difficult it is to temper that, because sometimes you might see a delivery that you know, especially in instant cricket, you would go after. But now you're playing situational cricket. Direct hit, but he's in. How difficult is that adjustment?
I think it's definitely an uphill task for players who are accustomed with a certain style, and then they have to adapt to the game to suit. It's all about the mental strength and the ability to use their intelligence in terms of applying it to the gameplay. That delivery is a perfect example. Ramdu could have hit that straight behind the head of the bowler for 6, but just playing in the context of the game and looking to rotate the strike.
He's playing situational cricket, which says a lot about the young man, Ramnath.
Again, Cruikshank just keeping that run rate ticking over.
End of 1971 for 1. More thoughts from Kishore Bahadur Singh.
Well, I'm glad you raised that point, because just from my humble experience looking at some of the clubs training for the Premier 1 season, I think the sentiments that are being echoed by multiple coaches are that the players seem to be in that T20 and limited overs mindset more often than not. And as you referred to earlier this morning, this excellent initiative by Mr. Azam Basarath and the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to introduce the red ball in this 50 over format, because the mental aspect of simply seeing a white ball and a red ball does so much for these players.
Yeah, from the moment they see the white ball, they think that they have to hit it. And the moment they see the red ball, they're thinking, well, the bowlers may get this to swing more. And this sort of thing. It tempers their aggression. Can I? Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Nice loop. You would appreciate that as a spinner.
Of course. Always love to see when spinners use their flight. Modern times we tend to see more quicker and flatter type deliveries.
This time he's gone! Ramnath! Don't drop them twice. Off the back foot, Cruikshank struck it firmly And Ramnath is an excellent fielder.
Excellent catch there taken by the skipper for the Flamingos. Ramnath, one of the better fielders in this under-23 tournament, and sure that earlier drop chance would be haunting him no longer as he makes up for it. Strategically placed Cruikshank, just allowing that delivery to pop on him, and just drove uppishly. Comfortable catch in the end, but his vigil at the crease comes to an end.
Yep, well, Ramnath sends back his opposite number, and the score is now 71 for the loss of 2, and that's a very important breakthrough.
Yeah, the skipper Cruikshank very set on 28, and the sort of player that you want to bat through the entirety of your innings based on his style. It just goes to show you this game is not over yet. What seemed to be a delivery that may have been too short and allowed him to go on that back foot just seemed to have held up in the pitch as well, causing him to drive uppishly.
New man Sachin Emrit, he's another dasher, but with 2 wickets falling now, he may have to temper that. What could be going through the mind of Ramdu at this point in time? Should he continue in the same vein, or should he look to take charge now, seeing that he's a senior man?
Well, I think what he has to do is just not let too many dot balls soak up. So if he can continue getting the 1s and the 2s, because the new batsman at the crease, he doesn't want to out himself and then have 2 new batsmen coming into the fore. So I think essentially it's just to continue in the same vein, but also just reduce the amount of dot balls that he initially had in the innings.
He's striking under 50 at the moment. Kanai has been good though.
He definitely has come in and used that flight to his advantage. The previous leg spinner, Rajesh Maharaj, was just a bit too quick through the air, so allowing the batsman to play him comfortably. This flight unerring for the pair at the wicket. And interestingly enough, 2 left-handers now at the crease.
Well, I know Maharaj has a very good run on, and he used it quite a few occasions, but it was easier to face him because of the fact that he was just pushing it through the air. Now with Kanhai, once he lands it, once he pitches it, he's getting purchased. Last delivery there was a full toss, and Emmerich could have done a lot better with that.
I think just coming to the crease, he went for safety first. Just looking to play it along the ground instead of any attacking shot. Randu seems unfazed, just continuing along in his usual manner.
So it's the end of 20, 74 for 2. Still, I would say evenly poised here.
Yeah, it's definitely even Stevens. 154 needed in 180. 8 wickets still in hand. But we saw with the first innings from the Flamingos, they had an excellent opening stand and then a flurry of wickets during that middle overs stage. So Masqueraders would be mindful of what took place. And as we saw with Ramdu in the recently concluded Dream 11 T10 Blast last year for the Sampami, he can explode in a matter of a couple of deliveries if he's given a few overs once his eye is set in. There's no telling what he can do to the score.
Ramnath. Ramnath has been very good. His 5 overs, just 11 runs.
I think Ramdu's already in that 2-day mindset, bearing in mind the upcoming start of the Premier 1 season next week.
Yep, he has been training hard with Queen's Park. Oh, short and wide. Ramdu, I think, has dug himself into a bit of a hole here.
Yeah.
This is why he has to be careful.
This is exactly what we were mentioning. Not to let the dot balls soak up continuously. Already 5 in this over.
Made an over there to Rajiv Ramnath. Excellent. 6 overs, none for 11. And the score is now 73 for 2 after 21.
Rajiv Ramnath and, of course, his sister Samara Ramnath. Very competent right-hand off-spinners. And that she picked up a 4-wicket haul for 9 runs in that Under-19 Women's World Cup currently ongoing. I'm sure he'd like to add some of those wickets to his own column.
But in the meantime, it's going to be Kanhai to continue.
You just sense as if something is going to happen within the next few overs, whether it be wickets or boundaries.
Emrit picks out the field at mid-off. Emrit is a type of batsman who can't be bogged down. He has to change that approach. He has to play situational cricket here.
Loves to get going, as does many of these under-23 cricketers. Like to feel the ball onto the bat and see the ball go into all parts of the boundary along the ground. At the same time, I have to respect the good bowling of Kanhai as well as Ramnath. They have really come back nicely for the Flamingos, not giving anything away.
Sweep, yes. Emrit, he sweeps and sweeps well. That's 4. Mirage couldn't stop it. Just behind square.
It's unfortunate misfeel for the Flamingos. Just when they were keeping that pressure on, they made it in a previous over from Ramnath and then couple dot deliveries from Kanhai, but just releasing that pressure shows you how important fielding is to a team's efforts.
8 deliveries without a run. Prior to that, 4.
And from a bowling perspective, you think Ramnath should continue bowling himself out at this stage or save any of his overs for the end after?
I think Ramnath should continue because he has these guys. Remember, he's not a front line. He is competent. Probably I wouldn't say a part-timer either. But once he's on song, I think he should continue because later on in the innings, they tend to bring back the quicker bowlers as well. So I think once he's on song, he should just look to push through and push through as quickly as possible. And before you know it, he bowls 10 overs for 18 runs, 20 runs. So the crowd building up. That's TNT's Red Force player, Manik. Manik is there. And number for the people that's looking on, taking in the action here on this Sunday afternoon.
As rightly predicted, Ramnath continues. Gets through his overs so quickly as well. Just adds that bit of extra pressure on the batsman.
Looking for 2 and they're going to come back. There was a stutter, but Lemuel Matthews also stuttered. He stopped to look back. He just didn't go to the ball.
I think initially they were going for 1 very casually, and when they saw that Matthews didn't reach to the ball, turned around and hustled for the second. So again, the fielders have to be on the ball.
So more balls available and runs needed. Ramdu has to hustle. Ball crashes into his forearm. Nice pick up.
I think a better throw at the stumps and he would have been in some trouble, Ramdu.
Well, Sundat, the fielder. Everett, quick hands, pushes it off on the offside. So that's the end of the over, the end of 23. It's 80 for 2.
Flamingos using most of the bowlers in their lineup at this stage of the innings, except one key bowler, Ryan Bandu. So just wondering when he might be introduced, if it might be a vital point, because his sort of bowling left arm wrist spin can either bring you wickets or concede a lot of runs.
Yeah, I think that he may come in after Ramnath is finished with his spell. 7 overs done for 14. In the meantime, Kanhai is going to continue.
I think Kanhai has done a great job for them because he really hasn't bowled much in the tournament previously.
Short. Gets a chance to play a big shot and he's dropped. That is an important drop catch. Ramdu lives to fight another day. His first aggressive shot. And he gets put down. Look at that. A rank half tracker. It didn't get up. And the catch put down a deep mid wicket on the fence.
Went straight to the fielder. I dare say that might have been a regulation catch.
Every drives. Well, had Ramdu's wicket been taken there, sort of tilted just ever so slightly the scale in favor of Flamingos.
I think that was one of the turning points we were anticipating.
Oh, it's a chance and Ramdu's in trouble! Not out, says the umpire. Good effort there by Kai Ramdu to reach back. Let's have a look at it. Ramdu was his call. The ball was in front of him. He was sent back by Emrit. And Ramdu running back for all it's worth. There comes the big dive. It's difficult to tell from this position, but we're not seeing the bat. Probably the bat was grounded in front of him. He's not happy. He's calling for something.
Wonder if he might have just...
I think he probably grated his hands. Or is a new pair of gloves.
Yeah, I think the gloves might have done damage, and Ramdu, a tall guy, so definitely that leap forward would have assisted him.
Let's have a look at that again if we can.
It really was a very close call indeed, that near run-out attempt. Just wonder if the throw was a bit closer to the stumps. We saw in the replay that Banky had to jump in the air just a few inches off the ground to collect and then bring the ball down to tip off the base of the stump. So if it was closer, might have saved a second or two in terms of that reaction time. And there you see Banky was in the air, then hit the stumps, and we can't see exactly where the bat is, so the square leg umpire of course have the benefit of the doubt, and that was given to Kyle Ramdu as he continues his stay at the crease. On 28 at the moment is Ramdu. Short and pulled away down to the same fielder. Sinanan dropped the catch off of Randu earlier in that over, and I'm sure it will be on his mind, but they wouldn't want to dwindle too long on that as they still have a job to do here, the Flamingos. 24 overs gone, 83 for 2. Rajiv Ramnath to continue. Excellent economical spell from the skipper. That's bowled right on cue, Ramnath, ensuring that he's not giving the batsman any width either side of the wicket. And again, just keeping that area just outside the off stump. A couple of the deliveries turning away from the left-hander and also using those variations with the drifter and the ball going in to the left-handed batter. So it just keeps the batsman thinking, will this delivery go away from me? Will it come into me? And ensures that they have to keep their eyes on the ball at all points. Wide on that occasion, and Ramdu trying the cut shot, doesn't connect. And it's those sort of errant deliveries which can also lead to a dismissal. Batsman is looking to release some of that pressure. Flighted and driven uppishly from Ramdu, but safely. There's protection on that cover point boundary, and that's another single to his score, so he goes on to 30. Ramnath finishes another quick over, 84 for 2. There you see a summary of the proceedings thus far. Flamingos lost the toss and was sent in by the Masqueraders to have first strike. Amassed a total of 227 all out. Half century from Mikel Sinanan. And also from Kyle Balraj, and the score from Aaron Banky of 49. Missed a note on that half century. Ramdu goes high in the air, down to the field that long on, but safely over his head for his first 6 of the innings. We all know what he's capable of, Kyle Ramdu, his ability to strike the ball cleanly and powerfully with elegance and style. And he has shown that on display. There were shouts of catch it from the fielders, but quickly dissipated as they realized that ball was timed sweetly. Now shows respect to that rising delivery from Ganhai and just nudges it down the ground for a single. So again, Really intelligent batting here from Kairamdu. No mind the strike rate, the fact that it's less than his usual type of scoring. I'd really like to see this maturity in the innings from the young man. Augurs well for his game and development in the future. Emrit just paddling that one behind backward square. Will have the legs to get close to the boundary, and it does get into the boundary. A clash of the fielders. The backward square running to the boundary and the deep mid wicket coming around. Both getting close to the ball but not close enough. And that's a really well played four from Sachin Emrit. Maharaj and Siddhanand, small collision on the boundary ropes, but thankfully both players are up and back to their positions. No injuries, no real danger. That's a positive sign. Don't want any of these players to sustain any injuries, especially with that upcoming Premier 1 season beginning next week. Emrit also batting smartly, showing respect to the good deliveries and trying to put away the bad ones. Now they're taking those quick singles. Previously they would have allowed those deliveries to just be a dot ball and not put any pressure on the fielders, but now we see that added impetus from the Masqueraders to keep that scoreboard ticking over. 26 overs completed, 96 for 2. And the lovely weather at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy still abounds. Blue skies, cloud cover at certain points to just offer some shade to the fielders out there. The sun was scorching earlier this morning in that first innings. Some intense heat. And now just getting into that late afternoon period when the sun is still shining in its glory, but less of a burn for the fielders out there. Sure, there would be some tired legs on either sides. But this is the final. This is where it all matters. Everything on the line, everything to play for. Masqueraders, of course, were victorious in the 2024 edition of the Under-23 Cup, and they are looking to defend their title. Flamingos, on the other hand, looking to cause an upset. Oh, and played stylishly from Sachin Emrit, down on one knee and paddled behind backward square for 4 to the cheers and applause of the supporters of the North Tobago Masqueraders in their tent.
Yeah, down on one knee. He knew exactly where the fielder was, so he was able to access that boundary on the own side. So Emrit is on 15. Struck that one too good. Quick and flatter.
Boundary at the start of the over, definitely assisting the batters. Don't have to take unnecessary risks for the other deliveries.
Oh, he's bowling, playing away from his body, and Ramnath strikes.
Just as I was talking about not taking unnecessary risk, I don't think he took a risk on that occasion. It's just an unfortunate dismissal. He's trying to cut a ball too close to his stumps.
Well, I'm looking at the bat, and whilst he's playing the cut shot, he probably rolled the wrist too quickly, and the ball struck the face of the bat, but the face was pointing horizontally to the pitch, which tells me the ball did not come on to him as quickly as he thought, and he was through the shot. Because if you look at it, look at this, through the shot. So it's not an edge actually that went on to the stumps.
Definitely.
Has to go, and just as it was just getting away from Flamingos, a wicket falls. Joshua Davis comes in now. Good breakthrough there by Ramnath.
He finally gets a wicket for all of his hard work in that spell, and as you rightfully called it, that bat face just facing down. And the issue of not timing the ball properly. Of course, over the years we have seen many West Indian batsmen love that shot and also suffer with it at the same time. Likes of Ramnaresh Sarwan, Dinesh Ramdin, who loved to play that cut shot even when it was on the stumps.
Davis has a lot of company around him. Everyone is willing to help him mark his guard. Oh, Ramnath would love to get this wicket here, another wicket.
Joshua Davis, very competent all-rounder, got 3 wickets bowling in the first innings. Now has a job to do with the bat in hand.
Good over by Ramnath, and the end of 27 is 100 for 3.
.128 required. 23 overs remaining, and the supporters came out after that initial mention of the fabled apple.
Yeah, they came, of course, to have a look at the apple. It's going to be Kanhai to continue. So Kanhai and Ramnath has bowled well in tandem. And it's going down the ground, miscued. Ramdu's ready to tee off, but he has to be careful. Has to continue to pick his deliveries. He has been picking his deliveries well in the innings so far. Just has to be careful here. Clobbered Kanhai for 6 in the last over. So he wants to go after him.
And you can sense that he's just increasing in that anxiety to accelerate his run scoring. Ramdu. Drop catch and a 6 in the previous over. Adrenaline pumping.
Excellent bit of fielding there from Pereira. So let's see how Ramdu shapes now.
That's 12 runs short of a half century. I think it might be wise for him to get to that mark first.
That's good to see. He's back. Just defending. Another big hit in the air. Again, miscued. Will it drop? Woo! That's a nasty collision. Ramnath was running back It seems as if, is it Kisundat who was running forward? I thought it might have been easier though for the on-rushing fielder to complete the catch. Well, it doesn't look good.
Both players still on the ground. Thankfully, we do have the medics on standby, and they're
Kisunat is holding his knee. Ramnath seems to be... Oh my. Let's have a look at that again. One hopes that they're okay.
so the medics are on the field, giving some individual attention to both players. Really hope it's nothing too serious.
I tell you something, I'm worried about this situation. I know that he's holding his knee. Kisuna. Ramnath was lying motionless. He's moving up now, which is a good sign. And players are all around him. Players are from both teams. Ramdu looking to come down the ground. It was miscued. This is not good. Thankfully the medics are on hand. They will assess and they would know exactly what to do. One hopes that Rajiv Ramnath is okay. Both his parents are, well, Karki Sunat is being carried off. Karki Sunat was the on-rushing fielder, so one would have thought that it should have been his catch. But there was a miscommunication. Rajiv Ramnath, one hopes that Rajiv Ramnath is okay as well. His parents are not here. They're in Malaysia, where his sister is captaining in the West Indies under 19 team. Now this is not good.
We're seeing the stretcher being wheeled onto the ground as well from the far left of screen. It's never a good sight.
Yep. Ramnath, I think, got a tremendous blow.
Players from both teams, management and staff, all showing their support and concern. I really, really hope that everything is all right with Rajiv Ramnath.
They're strapping his legs. I hope it hasn't been broken. One could imagine if his parents are across in Malaysia looking at this now, one could imagine what they're feeling.
And even in the commentary booth, we are so concerned and worried about the situation, far less for the parents themselves. Via helping him onto the stretcher. Really wish that this young man will be alright. Hope that it's more of an impact in the instance than anything which would be lasting.
So there goes Ramnath. He's holding his head, and I'm more concerned as to where the injury is. Hopefully it's not where he's holding, which is his head. If there is to be an injury, one would hope that probably it might be on his legs or so, but not his head. He's holding his head. This is really, really sad. It's put a damp on what has been shaping up to really be an exciting final.
Well, initially when the collision happened, I saw some of the players from the Masqueraders tent run to the boundary ropes, and they signaled one was pointing to their knee and the other was pointing to their head. So I'm just wondering if it might be, we saw Kisundat being lifted off with his knee. I really hope it's not a head injury to Ramnath.
Wow. So Shivasanka, who has a back injury, has been sitting in the dugout. He will have to come out, and Shiva more than likely will then take over the reins here of the Flamingos team. Ramnath had sent down, was it 8 overs, 1 for 19? 9 overs, 1 for 19.
I just got that all-important breakthrough in the last over, and I'm 100% sure he was going to continue with his tent, leading from the front for his team, Ramnath. I'm sure all of the players out there would be sending their positive energy for his speedy recovery, both he and Narad Kyle Kisundath. And given that it's 2 players that had to come off the field, just trying to confirm who came on for Kisundath.
Shivasanka came on, and he's going to continue to bowl whilst the collision was taking place. Ramdu ran 2. Well, here's Kanhai. He misses his run.
I think Brandon Phillip is also on the field with Shivasanka coming on in place of Kisundath and Ramnath.
Well, some of the ambulance, as you can hear in the background. So I think both guys will be taken to the nearby hospital. Yep, I think both guys have been taken. Kisundat as well as Ramnath. The end of the over. At the end of over number 28, it's 106 for 3.
Some of the supporters and friends of both players in the stands would be making several calls, and so just to make sure that everything will be alright. Do know that Baranara Cricket Academy is in close proximity to healthcare options, so
yep, there is the hospital in Point to Pier, and then there's the San Fernando General Hospital right there as well. Also a number of private medical facilities that are close by. in the first port of call might just be the South Carolina General Hospital, where they can deal with anything there.
And they'll have to go through that emergency situation to hope that they get instant treatment and as fast as possible.
So it's going to be Bandu, Ryan Bandu. He's going to take up the attack from the Parallel Cricket Academy and the corporate box end. Sensible there by Davis. Now he's going to take the ball away from Ramdu. There's a slip in place. See Ramdu looking to play his shots now. Pretty soon we should be able to get an update for you on what's happening with both players who were involved in that horrific collision just now.
Bandu coming in and over prematurely, one would think, as Ramnath was set to finish his spell.
Well, a misfield, and they're going to come back for two. Bandu not too happy with that, and he should be.
Looks to be Philip, and in fact it's gone for 4. Umpire now giving the signal. I think when he misfield that ball
So
and threw it back, he touched the rope.
Ramdu goes up now to 45. So Ramdu 45 of 78. End of the over, the end of 29. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
So it's going to be Kevin Kanhai to continue. Faint appeal from the fielders and the wicketkeeper, but ball just seems to have passed the bat. No real edge. Short and cutaway. Just a single. So the equation getting closer to a runner ball required. 117 and 125. That required run rate just raising ever so slightly. pulled away from Kyle Ramdu down to Sedanan, and he takes the catch this time. The all-important breakthrough comes for the Flamingos, and Kyle Ramdu has to depart after surviving off of a drop catch in that same area a couple overs ago. Again, a short delivery from Kanhai, pulled down. It stood up in the pitch and it was there to be hit. Ramdu just picking the fielder out, and a good catch taken there. Diving low down, Ramdu departs for a well-played 45. Very vigilant innings and batted from the start until now to carry his team until this position. And unfortunately has to go at this stage. North Tobago Masqueraders 112 for 4. An untimely dismissal of the set batsman Kyle Ramdu. Allows Zachary Siwa to come to the crease. I know that he is also another capable all-rounder. Left-handed batter, right-arm mediums, fast. Should have a very important role to play here with Joshua Davis. Two relatively new batsmen. Davis just faced 7 deliveries, and the pressure is just continuing to build. New batsmen at the crease would not have as much time to settle in, given the fact that they have to continue scoring at a run or ball or close to. Kanhai picking up his 2nd wicket. Siwa with a solid defense to start. And we've seen that as we look again at the dismissal of Ramdu, a rank long hop as they would call it, and he pulled it away. Sedanan just had to go a few paces to his right. And finishes a very important over, Kanhai, with his 2nd wicket. 1 delivery to go. I'm sure he would look to continue. It's a full toss, but Siwa pulls it down to the long on area. Falls short, and a couple bounces into the path of Philip. Siwa gets off the mark with a couple, and that completes the 30th over. 114 for 4. Davis and Siwa at the crease. Kanai and Bandu, the bowling partnership at this stage. Bandu into his 2nd over. 5 runs coming off of the 1st. Need to get a couple more wickets here, you would think. The Flamingos have done well to pull the game back in their favour. Pulls out the reverse sweep on this occasion, and it goes all the way to the boundary. Joshua Davis showing some innovation. Paddy line delivery from Bandu, allowing him to play that shot. There's no real trouble of that ball going onto his stumps. And well played from Davis all along the ground. A very technically proficient batsman. Usually plays through the V's, showing that he has all of the variations as well. Cut away through the gap. Would get two easily. Even with the excellent fielding of Ranilsta Pereira. It was played wide enough of him to allow the pair to get a couple of runs. Continuing to rotate the strike. The field is spread. Long on, long off. Deep cover, deep mid wicket. Once they're able to find the gaps, can get those singles easily. And the bowlers would try to peg the batsman back a bit.
Well, let's have a little update. Kyle Kisunat is still at the ground. It's his knee. He will be okay. Initially, it looked worse than it was. Rajiv Ramnath has been taken away to the San Fernando General Hospital for concussion tests, and one hopes that he'll be okay as well. We should be getting a further update pretty soon. I think these are just steps that they need to take. I was told that from Coach Central Flamingos coach Roger that Rajiv Ramnath suffered whiplash to the neck. So I think that is what they are dealing with at the moment with him. So at the moment it's on 122 for 4. Every time the balance shifts to one side, it swings back to the other.
Yeah, this game keep going back and forth between either team. Even from the first innings this morning, certain periods of play where Flamingos dominated at the start, then Masqueraders came back into the fore. Flamingos with a nice finish at the end. Game being won at different stages by different teams, but ultimately who will prevail? We've seen Kanhai get away with at least 4 or 5 full tosses.
Siwa is a man who will take the attack to them. Another former national under 19 player. So it's evening time. The shadows are extending across the pitch, and that's the shadows from the lighting chambers around the ground, the pylons. You could hear a pin drop in the stands now.
Even the noise on the fielders themselves have gone much more quiet since that unfortunate incident. Hesitation here, chance for a run out, but thrown to the wrong end.
Well, they seem to have. There seemed to have been a miscommunication. Both players will now have a conversation. Both former Fatima College students.
Both members of the Queen's Park Cricket Club as well, play for the side in the Premier 2 division. In fact, the entire top order for the North Tobago Masqueraders have emanated from the Parkites.
I think the field that took quite a while to get to that, and I think this is what gave them the idea they can go back for 2. Full toss again, getting away with that, Kanai. He's been a bit lucky here, Kanai. But he's gotten 2 wickets, and that's the important thing.
It just goes to show you when you have that luck and good energy going for you, it's always a blessing. Because the delivery that out Kyle Ramdu was a rank short long up.
And there comes another rank long rank long up, and that's pulled away for 4. Dealt with efficiently there by young Siwa.
Yeah, Siwa learning from Ramdu's dismissal and swiveling at the right angle to play it over the head of backward square instead of down to the deep mid-wicket region where the fielder is placed.
But he didn't try to muscle it over the boundary, and that's the difference. He just tried to get it into the gap, which he did. By allowing it, that's that split second to come on to him a little more. And he was able to maneuver backward square. 130 now.
Kanai completing his 8th over. Pereira still has 4 overs remaining in his spell.
Well, cameraman Mr. Lalman seems to have found some friends.
I'm glad he can get those shots off the field. Not sure if he has many shots on the field.
It's going to be Bandu to continue.
We need another wicket very soon, the Flamingos, otherwise this pair just continue in their usual fashion. Both scoring at a runner ball.
Young Bandu was called up to a camp at CWI. Played against the touring Bangladeshis. They would have learned a lot in that camp as well as during the game, just being in the setup.
That was definitely a wonderful opportunity for him. That he also bowls as a net bowler for many of the international teams when they visit.
The wrong line there, that last delivery.
Davis looks to be very comfortable at the wicket. No, he does a lot of extensive training. In fact, most of, if not all of these players from both teams train almost 7 days a week, sometimes 2 times per day, depending on their club or school commitments.
Oh, it's a beautiful delivery. Drawing Siwa forward. Former Naprima College student, Bandu. Did put some revs on that.
That's exactly the area he would want to be pitching to Siwa. Just has to maintain the consistency.
Siwa just doing some gardening, gathering his thoughts. Needs to put that last delivery away. That's the issue with these wrist spinners. Consistency. after such a beautiful delivery, Bandu follows up with a full toss.
And that's been the issue throughout the entirety of, I mean, it's a short spell thus far, but every delivery has been different from the one before. So you haven't been able to get 2 to 3 deliveries consistently in the right area. Again, too full and allowing him to drive. I think what he needs to do is to pull back his length and allow the variations to work off the pitch, as the left arm Chinaman delivery that will go away from the left-handed Siwa, and also the googly, which can go into him, but you have to give it enough time to turn off of the pitch. Can't be too full with the lengths and allow them to drive easily. Appeal for caught behind, and the finger goes up. And Matthews runs away in celebration. Lemuel Matthews. Look at what it means to the Flamingos. Joined by Aaron Banky. A sharp catch indeed. And just as we were talking about pulling his length back, that's an excellent delivery from Bandu. Some extra bonks as well. And expertly taken from Matthews at first slip. That's the breakthrough that the Flamingos needed. Masqueraders 134 for 5.
They'll use the opportunity to take some refreshments, and I think that dismissal has just slightly, oh, that's a beauty, has just slightly tilted the balance in favor of Flamingos. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So we're back here. It's 5 down, or 134 for 5. Mikel Gouveia, no slouch with the bat. He comes in now. So we'll have to see the back of him. Batu, first delivery pushed away on the offside.
So with Mikael Govaya coming to the crease, you can imminently expect that there will be some more attacking shots and aggressive shots to be played. Govaya is not one to take too much time to get settled in. Does see the ball very clearly when he now arrives and has the ability to hit the ball to all parts. Last time I saw him here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, would have been featuring for the Scarlet Tigers coaches in the Dream 11 T10 Blast 6th edition, and played a man of the match innings. Scored more than a half century with sixes to all parts of the ground, and in fact in one of the overs struck 5 sixes. Pereira comes back into the attack. Really economical spell. 1 for 9 in his first 6 overs. You'd want to continue in that vein for the remaining 4.
So just an update from Amaru Samaru from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and some very good news. Rajiv Ramnath, he is out of the ambulance. Apparently they attended to him in there. He's back in the dugout. He just got he was struck just under the chin, so it looked worse at first, but it's okay. He is recuperating. They're monitoring him, and of course they would have done all the protocols. That's down the track, struck outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, they would have done all the protocols concerning a possible concoction, and he's okay so far. As far as Kyle Kisunat is concerned, he got a lash on his right knee, and it's in ice at the moment, but he's not in great pain. So I think that's very good news, and we just like to alert everyone out there that the boys will be fine.
Very happy to hear that positive and refreshing news indeed. Because in fact, I just came off the phone with one of my colleagues at Sando General to tell him to be expecting, in case any cricketer comes in, to give them priority treatment. So I will let him know now that all is well.
Yep. Mikael Govaya taking guard. Back, forcing it, quick hands. It's a single. End of the over from Pereira. He's bowled 7 overs for 11, and it's 136 for 5.
Well, Govaya, we know that he's only going to play with the same mindset that we have grown accustomed to, and Davis, I think on the other end, might have to just anchor and stabilize the innings to an extent.
Another wicket here, and Flamingos will think that they can push through and take this one. But Govaya, as I said before, is a fighter. He's there with Davis, who can handle himself with the bat as well. In the air and crashed for 6. That's the man Govaya.
He does it with such ease. Sometimes you don't even hear the sound of the bat. The ball disappears to all parts of the ground.
That was struck with tremendous power, crashing into the stands and still going. Has to be careful though. He's gotten his allocation in this over, but if he plays a cameo here, he can really bring it down to gettable proportions. The required run rate is 5.43. Sammy's back and cutting. Sanka misfields, and they don't run on the misfield.
I think once the ball is in his arc, he's going to go for it. By all means, we would encourage him to be sensible. Already 6 in the over. Just look to rotate the strike, but
That's good. They know that Sanka is not fit. He's injured. So they can push him and they get a single.
Davis continuing with that test match-like style of his. So waits until the ball comes close to him. Uses his wrist and his timing very smartly.
Oh, that's pulled and pulled imperiously into the boundary for 4. A lovely shot there by Guvai. That was fractionally short. He was back in a flash and was able to deal with it. This is good batting.
And look at the bat speed from Govaya. The moment he went onto his back foot, his hands were already in that position.
Yeah, his bat speed has always been pretty rapid. Bandu going for 28 in his 4th. And you were right in saying bowlers of his type could either get you a wicket or go for runs. Guvai 12 or 5. Cow Corner is now in position. He has to be careful. And careful he is. End of the over. The end of 35, 148 for 5.
So 80 needed and 90 deliveries. This pair at the crease you would expect should be the ones to take the Masqueraders home. Of course, they still do have a couple of all-rounders remaining. I say all-rounders now because no one likes to be regarded as mainly a fast bowler anymore. They all can do a job with bat in hand. Eric Garcia, in fact, last year he had the bat in hand to bring the game home for the Masqueraders, so might be anticipating some deja vu if it comes to that. But the Flamingos, they would want some more instant repeat energy as they were victorious over the Masqueraders in the last match of the group stage of this under-23 tournament.
But this is the match that counts. We're right on spot.
I know that he does have an injury on his left hand that he was nursing for quite some time. See, anytime that the ball has struck it, just lances a bit.
Short cut away by Davis. This is running into the boundary now for 4.
Always a losing chase as it goes downhill. And that slope in the shade.
Good shot there by Davis, finding the cap. The 150 is up, is it? Yep, the 150 is up.
Looking for 2, but struck too powerfully.
It's a lovely shot again by Gubaya.
Just always seems to hit the ball so cleanly, even for a single.
Busy player.
He doesn't like to waste much time at the crease. I think this pair the wicket is exactly what the Masqueraders would need as well. A good balance.
Yep. And they need to set themselves small targets now whilst they're batting. It's 154. They will want to probably push that score along, let's say to 175. And then they look to take it to 200. Small targets. All of a sudden, you're within striking distance.
Yeah, they always preach that from the first time that you go to a coaching school or you go to any sort of cricket lessons. You have to set small goals and let that build up to your ultimate goal in the end. Batting partnerships, 5 over spells, 10 over spells. Makes it easier when you reach to that final aspect. I remember one of my former teachers slash coaches at Naprima College, he always used to tell us that we had the game on a platter and we always gave it away as if it was dinner. That was back in the days, of course, in my times. Since then, Naprima College has grown in stature in the cricketing aspect.
Bandu. Via again, he's playing a shot at almost every delivery. Straight back. Crushed. I tell you something, go via is something else.
That's the way he plays.
He's got to play a cameo here, and it depends on how long that cameo is. That's the future of the match. I don't think Bandu would like to put his hands there at all. That's his bowling hand.
And just as he came to the crease, Govaya mentioned that he has a liking for the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, especially after that performance in the Dream 11 T10. Some of the most amazing power hitting that I've seen from a youngster, because they were all proper cricketing strokes, which is what I admired the most. He all played through the line of the ball, not much cross batted or slog sweeps as they would call it, but straight drives behind the head of the bowler.
Sam Govaya is going, and that's 6. In fact, it's 4. One bounce into the boundary for 4. Govaya is taking his match by its head. Look at this. Bang.
What I like about that shot is that his foot actually went to the ball. Normally, you know, they clear that front leg out of the way to allow themselves to go inside out. He played that as if he was fully intending to go through that extra cover region. Magnificent stroke from Govaya.
162 now for 5. But Flamingos will tell themselves that if they can get a wicket here, they're back in. So it's a really excitingly poised game. Govaya is driving. Protection down there.
I think Pereira is one of the least likely to miss field.
He's an excellent fielder, isn't he? Bresal boy?
Yes, recently as of this year. Of course, we don't see anything until the season starts. We know a lot of players decide to fluctuate, but I think he's one for the future.
Short delivery that Davis puts away. End of the over, and at the end of it, it's 163. It's 164 for 5. Jesus Christ. Take a short break. We'll be right back. So Pereira with his 9th. Ooh. Davis has to be careful here. The way Govaya is playing has rubbed off on Davis, but all Davis needs to do is to give him the strike. You don't want him off the strike for any length of time. And look at that. He wants to get on strike.
Davis just needs to play his natural game and look to give the strike to Govaya. Just get an easy single.
Well, from the moment he tries to match him shot for shot, he's going to find himself in some problems. Again, poor delivery that he can't deal with. Rare poor delivery there from Pereira. He's been absolutely excellent.
And you call it right on cue. Davis trying to pull that one to the leg side when previously he would have come back and driven it to the offside.
Fire would not want to take too many chances against Pereira. You have to respect a man who's bowling well.
Yeah, by all means, Pereira just has 8 deliveries left, 8 legal deliveries at that. No difficulty in respecting him and attacking the others.
That's good. Good delivery. Well played. $166 for 5.
Given what we've seen from Govaya since he's come to the crease, do you think that the red ball or white ball concept matters to a batsman like him?
Not Govaya. Is that Heritage Petroleum? Your good friend Visham Lal, man, has given you a shot.
And I know he's very familiar with different types of oil, especially the cooking variety.
This I mean, he's an excellent cook. In tandem with EDC Basso, they work well in the kitchen. One cooks and one eats.
The dynamic duo.
Let's see if Bandu will continue. No. There seems to be a bowling change. Yep, there is going to be a bowling change on the southern end.
It's going to be Mikael Sinanan, right arm medium pacer. I think with the injury to Shiva Stanka, meaning that he was not able to play in this game, as well as the injury that Lemuel Matthews had at the start, and which was aggravated, they are out of pace options. So opting to go to Sinanan, a change in terms of pace on the ball rather than spin from both ends. This, however, can also be very dangerous because Govaya likes pace on the ball.
Yeah, this is going to be dangerous here for this young man. Don't know much about Sinanan. Batted well. I don't know much about him in terms of him being a bowler. He's going to be tested here. Davis and Govaya has batted well in tandem. They've brought their team right back into this contest here.
Just taking a look at the field that he has set. Very strong on the leg side, no protection deep on the offside. And he's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Davis, so trying to angle across his body.
Well, it starts well.
I think he's going to stick with the same field to Govaya, but must say he just has to be mindful of the fact that Govaya is very strong outside of the off stump. Even with that ball going across him, as we saw in the previous over, he can step to it and play through the line. So might just be encouraged to put one fielder on the offside just to put some extra considerations in Govaya's mind. Otherwise, he's going to go with a wild heave at anything wide outside of that off stump.
Nice little partnership of 33. Sinanan misses his run. Right on spot.
And that's the exact area. Start around that middle stump, between middle and off stump, and angle across. Anything wider or away from the stumps is where you might have some difficulty against the likes of Govaya and even Davis, who's strong through the offside. It goes wide outside the off stump, and Govaya finds the gap. So right as we were mentioning that he cannot stray in his line, Sinanan, he does so and allows Govaya to just open the face of the bat. They didn't really put much power, but in fact timing and the angle of the shot in the gap, there were two fielders close to each other, one at backward point and one at a traditional point. And he still managed to pierce the gap between both. So intelligent batting here from Govaya. 57 and 69. And that's a wide. So some pressure just telling on the Flamingos bowling lineup. Full and into the pads as he changes his angle to over the wicket. Apart from that 4 and wide, Srenan has been decent in the over. Needs to finish strong with 2 dot deliveries if he can. And again, smart cricket from Davis, playing it to the fielder at short mid-off, but played with soft hands and immediately called for the run, which allowed him to complete it safely in the end. See a lot of those tactics being employed in the shorter format of the game, and even recently in test match cricket when batsmen just feel pressure. And Govaya goes down the ground to the long on area. Fielder gets around and tries to take the catch, but unable to complete it. And just awaiting the confirmation from the umpire. It's gone for 4. So Philip diving to his right, and for a minute there Flamingos thought they were in for a chance, but went through his hands, and umpire signaled 4 in the end. So a welcome boundary again for Govaya and the Masqueraders. 178 for 5 after 39.
So Govaya taking this game by the scruff of the neck. So the required rate has dropped from 5.24 the last time I checked it to now 4.55, and the current run rate is 4.56.
Pereira with 1 over remaining in his spell. Just seen some deliberations as to whether he should take it now or whether he should hold the over for a further stage. I think whenever he takes the over, the batters are going to try and defend him and try to attack the other bowlers given the fact that he has been very consistent with his line and length. Pereira has not given many run scoring opportunities available. Just 18 runs in his 9 overs for 1 wicket and 1 maiden in that spell. I think they have confirmed it's going to be Pereira. So the discussions not changing. And 50 needed in 66. All they have to do is be watchful in this final over from Pereira.
Played away there by Davis. Solid, even in a mere push back down the ground. He does it with such power. Driving. Runs here. Should be going back for 2. 2 more to go via.
Well, I think Govaya's style of play is testament to the saying that the best defense is a strong offense.
Yes.
Because I haven't seen him play any defensive strokes, but even
Not one.
the one that he digs out, the Yorker, still goes powerfully back to the bowler.
Surveys the field. Well, Sammy's back and dropped. That could be the game. Look at Pereira. He's on the ground. That was too close to Govaya to play that shot. Is that Mirage who floored the catch? Seems to be Mirage.
I think it's Balraj.
Balraj, sorry.
Close enough.
Close enough. Oh my. Poor Ronel Salal Pereira is still on the ground.
You have to feel for him though, I mean.
He has been really good. And if I were Davis, I would look to see off this over. And don't give Govaya the strike right now. Because Govaya is going to go after everything. And Pereira is not the man to do that against. Let's see the maturity here of Davis. Well, he's playing across the line. He has to be careful. End of the over. At the end of it, 182 for 5.
Well, the Flamingos, when looking back at this game, as the result still undecided, can go either way, but no matter what the outcome, their fielding is certainly an aspect that has let them down. More than one dropped catch over different batters, also misfields early on in the spell from Matthews, an overthrow that went for 4.
Trying to be a cricket board. Guess upstairs there. In fact, that's David Furlong. So David Furlong having a look at the cricket. Chairman of selectors, is he?
I almost didn't recognize him. I'm so accustomed seeing him in either Red Force or Queen's Park jersey. Always present, Mr. Furlong. Glad to have him here in this setting as well. Looking on at the young talent on display.
Vice on 35. The young man Sinanan, 2 overs for 19. They're continuing with him. Guided nicely. That's running into the boundary. And Balraj stops it. They're going to take 3. I think they're better off bowling Bandu than Sinanan at the moment. Sinanan is inexperienced compared to Bandu. And with Bandu, he may give runs, but you can also get a wicket. With Sinanan, he's still giving runs. And as you said earlier on, pace on the ball is what Govaya likes. Well, that's a pull to third man. There goes the wicket keeper.
Well, there's never a dull moment in cricket, is there?
That's a pull to third man if you ever saw one.
In the first encounter of this under-23 tournament between the Flamingos and the Scarlet Ibis, we saw a sweep the third man. So I think now they're trying all of these new inventive shots to even confuse the fielders.
41 or 58. So we spoke about small targets. They've gotten past that 175. Now they're heading towards 200. So that should be their next goal. Get to 200. Then you look to get to 210, 220, and then the target is right there.
Also, key component, not losing any wickets as well.
Yep.
Get to 200 first with same 5 wickets in hand, and then keep setting those small goals and achieving them.
At this point in time, the scales have now tipped in favor of the defending champions, the Masqueraders. Sinanan. Looking for 2 here. Via. He's on 40. Can't stop him, can't you? Got a nice 38 not out in the north-south. In the half of the game that he played. Oh, what a player. A Sampami man, you know. Slow delivery. And he was looking to hit that into C3.
He truly is such a special talent, is Mikael Govaya. Very passionate and intense personality as well. Loves the game of cricket. Also very good at football. You know that his dad, Russell Latapy, footballing legend.
Yep.
Had the pleasure of playing football with Mikael in a tournament in which we won at the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
Weren't you the goalkeeper?
Correct.
Yes. Al Ramdu, his half-brother, is also an excellent footballer. In fact, I was told that Ramdu is even better than Mikael as a footballer.
Well,
and played for Trinidad. So Ramdu has played both cricket and football for Trinidad.
I must say, I can't wait to see him play football, because last year he mentioned that he would have liked to come into the tournament, and I was so concerned that he might have gotten some injury, because it's the same thing I told Mikael when he played as well. I said, football is lovely, it's all well and good, but if cricket is your main sport, one wrong injury can just ruin that entire career.
Whoa, he lined that up. I was going to Palmaria. End of the over though. Sinanan lives dangerously. And it's 191 for 5.
So Govaya has taken the lead over Joshua Davis.
Is that your golf cart?
I would like it to be.
For you and Dawson?
I think Dawson might have his own personalized golf cart stationed at the course for whenever he needs.
And who's his caddy? Is it the great VJ Mohip?
Well, you know, they always say that you need a bull to pull the cart, so
Yes.
it could very well be.
So I think they're going to bring the fast bowler back, and that's Tolo, your good friend. Don't know if this is the right move because he's not 100% fit.
Now, he's one of those players, Lemuel Matthews, also known as Tolo, who likes to play till the final deliveries bowl, no matter his own personal state. At the beginning of this game, he showed me that one of his knees were noticeably swollen compared to the other, and he was walking with a sort of limp from the start. And the first thing I asked him is whether he's resting, and his response was, "You can't rest when there's cricket to play." So that's his sort of mindset. He's one of those fighters that will give you 150% until the end. But I think for his own sake and even the team, they might probably consider not pushing him too much, because given what we saw in the first spell, he really did struggle a bit with the pain level and the intensity, the quickness within which his run-up, getting back to his mark, and also the issue with the footwear. As you know, when he was batting, he had to change one of his shoes.
I think he's up for it. He has probably called on the captain to say, well, yeah, standing captain, Shiva Sankar, to say, listen, give the ball to me. I can make a difference here. So there's Matthews. Takes his time, doesn't he?
It's definitely his natural ambient walk or stroll.
That's a crawl. Here he is. Well, that's well played by Davis. Pushing him to get up there with an injured knee to take the ball and throw down the stumps. He did reach it. And in the next 15 minutes or so, he'll be at the top of his mark.
And I'm sure if it's one umpire that is not going to allow him to take very long, it's Kashif Sandy. Maybe at the other end this evening, he would have gotten some leniency, but umpire Sandy, I've witnessed from observing off the field as well as being on the field myself, has a no-nonsense approach. And this battle is going to be interesting, because when Matthews was at the crease and he had to get that change of shoe and was taking a bit of time, Mikael Govaya was fielding at long on and was sharing some words of encouragement for him.
Yes, Mikael Govaya always has words of encouragement.
Such an uplifting character.
Oh, he's fanning at that. Naughty.
No movement of the feet as we saw previously, so another shot of his usual standard.
Someone needs to speak to this guy. It's really time wasting.
I think he was just given an intense stare at Shiva Sankar. He was calling the fielder from that cow corner position off the boundary, and Matthews just casually signaled him to go back.
Guided. Not trying to overhit that. And they're going to go back for 2. This is excellent running. A good athlete. As he was running to the danger end, and he was up for it.
It's brilliant cricket. Acknowledging the situation.
His brother got 45, did he? Kyle Ramdu. And now Mikhail Guvara is counting 42.
He's really that sort of big game player as well, isn't he? Always shows up with a bat or ball, or sometimes both, in finals and these games of all importance.
Just trying to guide that down to the vacant third man here. I think he's interested in that bit of real estate down there. Because of course third man is not in place as what you would call a fly slip.
It's an interesting field position at this late stage, don't you think?
Yes, it is. Now, why would Bandu want to have a conversation there? Again, Govaya seems to have lost his footworks. This over his feet are not moving at all.
Almost 3 deliveries with the same sort of shot, just offering outside the off stump without getting his foot anywhere close to it. And Matthews, I must say, has done well so far in the over to not concede any boundary. That last delivery just being won by, or we now see the umpire changing the signal, in fact.
What could be the possible delay at this point in time? I don't think the umpires are in total control here. The light will soon fade. I don't think they're allowed to put on the artificial light because it's a day game. And they're still 33 runs away.
And it's a red ball. The cherry on top.
Yep. A good line though. Good delivery to end the over. 5 overs down for 31 from Matthews. Seven bowlers used. Eight overs to go, 33 required. I think one big over and they will feel as if they're home and dry.
I think Mikhail Govaya may look to target Sinanan.
There's no need for it though, but that's just the way he plays. And Matthews is still keeping the game back.
Well, right now he's at a leg slip, is it? I
think he's supposed to go to long on.
He's going to find leg.
He's still running into position while Sinanan is running in. Oh, that's a magnificent shot down the ground. I tell you something, this young man doesn't have class. He has an entire school. Look at that shot.
Brilliance on display from Mikhail Govaya, getting his feet in line and playing through the line of the delivery, full face of the bat.
A little bit of golf in it. And you know he's a golfer as well.
He's a man with so much of natural talent. He can play any sport.
Yeah, he can even bake a cake. So much talent this guy has.
It just goes to show you the reason why I sensed as they bring up the 200. 201 for 5 and 42.1. The reason why I sense he was going after Sinanan is because of the deliveries he missed out from Matthews, and just knowing Govaya and how his brain works, he had a point to prove.
Let's see, he's just too shy of a half century. This is peeling down to backward point, and that's 50 for Mikel Govaya. A brilliant knock by a brilliant young player.
Wonderful half century from Mikel Govaya, 52 of 31 deliveries.
He celebrates. Eh?
Remember the name.
Remember the name Govaya.
What an immense, talented player. Look at that shot. Just stand and deliver. Not a player moved in the outfield. Cut expertly through the gap.
You look at him bat sometimes and he cuts an image of Lendl Simmons.
Very much so. And even as you mentioned with the bit of a golf swing, you know that Simmons has that movement with his wrists before he plays the shot. Govaya not as exaggerated, but there is an element of it.
He's going again. He wants to. Can't get it. Bandu attacks well. A good take there by Banky. Aaron Banky. He's had a good game.
I'm sure Banky would be feeling that extra burn from the sun, having batted quite a long time and reached so close to that half century and not getting over the line. Then now all of the drop chances and misfields.
I think we've forgotten young Davis, but you can't underscore the value of his knock.
Very true. He has just seemed to disappear in the shadows that's coming across the field.
Yes.
Or the shadow of Mikel Govaya since he's come to the crease. But truly essential knock.
I don't think Sinanan is cut out for this at this point in time. I still believe they should have gone with Bandu because he's conceded 40 runs and this is his fourth over. Backing away is Govaya and he'll still get the wide. But you can see, if we can just see that again, Govaya was backing away whilst Sinanan was coming in. And this forced Sinanan, look at that, to push it on the leg side. Bit of a cat and mouse game that Govaya won. What a player. There he goes again. Only a single this time.
Davis had to duck out of the way there.
Partnership 75 in 10 overs.
Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Well, the natural light is fading. The artificial light has come on. I don't think they'll make a big deal out of it though. Just 19 to get. Slow delivery down the leg side, and that's a wide, says umpire Lakram, who's done a good job today.
Now you just wonder if, instead of bringing on Sinanan, whether they could have tried even Rajesh Maharaj with his leg spin googly, and especially Bandu, who wasn't doing too badly. Govaya did hit him for a couple of boundaries in that last over, but also had some chances.
Well, that's two more. Runs coming here at a pace. Sinanan 45-04. Eric Garcia is already celebrating. We take a short break. We'll be right back. 212, and here is Mr. Matthews. Oh, that's a wide.
Just ambling back to the top of his mark.
I think you're being kind. Ambling. It's not as quick as that.
Just considering the fact that he might be in some pain from that injury, but again, shouldn't be overexerting himself if it's affecting the game.
But as you say, he's a fighter. He wants to fight for his team. Oh, that goes into Port of Spain. Look at that.
We'll go fire right on cue. Just waited on that delivery from Matthews. Short outside the off stump, got the front leg out of the way and hoisted all the way down to St. James.
Yep. There's Xavi. He's enjoying what's going on there. Jadian Raymond as well.
Dance moves already coming out.
9 to get. They would have won this with a number of overs to spare. Back, they returned as champion. In fact, not returned. They've again straight down the ground. 4. Govaya, you beauty.
All of the players
they've defended their title, the Masqueraders.
They're almost on the field already. See Eric Garcia, Jadian Raymond,
Cruikshank there as well, the captain.
Full chorus emanating around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
64 to Mikael Govaya.
But just 5 runs needed. I'm sure he's going to want to finish this in style.
Knowing the man. His mom Denise is in the crowd, urging him on. Reaches to this one, cuts away down to third man. That's 4. The scores are level. Govaya is on 69, I think.
But it truly is a magnificent knock in so many aspects from Mikael Govaya. Came to the crease at a time where pressure was building, and he's just reminding them of the name on his back and the number.
What a passionate young man. You can see the boys, the Masquerader boys there, with their bottles of water in the absence of champagne. Well, everyone is going into the 30-yard circle now. What could Bandu be possibly telling Matthews? This game is done and dusted.
I think they want to try and see if they can at least make it to the end of this over.
If this game ends in a tie, I'll change my name to Visham Lalman. In fact, I'll go further. Executive Diamond Council Basu.
It'll be the rarest of blue moons.
Matthews.
And he's got him.
Well, Bandu probably knew what he was saying.
Anticlimactic finish here.
What a finish. He sees the funny side of it, Govaya. Bang! Looking for the single. Look at Bandu. He tells them, stay quiet. It's not over until the fat lady sings. Mikael Govaya, take a bow. A beautiful 68. He's exchanging some words now with Bandu.
All of that adrenaline pumping, and he takes a bow at the same time.
Yeah, single-handedly here. What a performance. What a performance by Mikael Govaya. A man of the match performance from him. And that has given them the title with just a run to go. We wait to see. Look at that. Bang! Yes. Gamesmanship.
I'd really like to see that intensity even with one more delivery. One more run.
And here comes Orlando Lynn James.
First time he's going to be featuring.
Yep. Davis, 34, not out. He played very well at the other end. What a tournament Mikel Govaya has had. He did not play the first game. He was brought in for the second game, took 4 wickets. And now crowns it off with 68 in the finals to win it for Masqueraders. Matthews, he may have other ideas. There's Lynn driving, and that's the victory. Congratulations to Masqueraders. They have defended their title. And look at them, they're celebrating out there. A magnificent win. A magnificent win for the boys from Port of Spain. So it's North and Tobago. They have taken the crown yet again, and well deserved.
Excellent victory from the North Tobago Masqueraders. 2-2, winning the title in 2024 and 2025. Joshua Davis being a judge, the man of the match, based on his bowling performance as well as batting.
That's from the system here.
Correct.
We wait to see what will be the decision from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. As you can see the players celebrating now. Kyle Ramdu, one of your colleagues at Cricket 360, sending a message to the opposition. Look at that. He's telling them, not this year. The umpire is telling him to cool it. He batted well. He got 45 odd. His brother, of course, 68, winning the title. And what a performance.
It's good to see Rajiv Ramnath on his 2 feet.
Yes, excellent, excellent.
And Naral Kisundat.
Wonderful indeed. And you never know what could have happened had Rajiv not received that injury. He's an excellent captain as well. He had 1 over to complete, but he's an excellent captain. So you never know what would have happened, what could have possibly happened. But congratulations to Coach Ryan, Ernil Ryan, of course, Frank Simmons, the manager, and a wonderful performance there by the Masqueraders. So stay tuned. The prize giving ceremony is coming up shortly.
and gentlemen, and welcome to the presentation of awards for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's Under 23 Cup Final 2025. For the first award, the umpire tokens, we'd like to ask Mr. Amar Samaru, committee member of the board. I'd like to call upon Mr. Stephen Lakram. Round of applause. Mr. Bishik Sanghi. The next award, the man of the match for the round one encounter, East-Northeast Scarlet Tigers versus the Central Southwest Flamingos. A cash prize of $350. Mr. Anderson McGee's 67 or 77 balls and 3 wickets for 31 runs in 7 overs. We ask Mr. J.M. Raymond to collect on behalf of Mr. McGee's. Man of the match in the second encounter in round one, South-Southeast Flamingos versus the North Tobago Masqueraders. Cash prize of $350. Antonio Gomez of the Hummingbirds scoring 109 of 137 balls. Congrats to Antonio as well for his maiden call-up to the Red Force senior team. Championship. Man of the match for round two, East-Northeast Scarlet Tigers versus North Tobago Masqueraders. Abdul Rahman Jr. of the Masqueraders. 6 wickets for 49 runs in 8.4 overs. Thank you, Mr. Samaru. Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Rajendra Purai, Secretary of the Premier League Committee of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Man of the match for round two, Central Southwest Flamingos versus South-Southeast Hummingbirds. Mr. Rajiv Ramnath of the Flamingos team, 67 runs of 97 balls. Man of the match for round three, the South-Southeast Flamingos versus the East-Northeast Scarlet Tigers. Samir Ali, Scarlet Tigers team, 4 wickets for 47 runs in 10 overs. Man of the match round three, Central Southwest Flamingos versus the North Tobago Masqueraders. Iran Blanky of the Flamingos, 87 runs on 110 balls. Thank you, Mr. Purai. Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Zain Mohammed, Administrative Manager of the Trinidad Cricket Board, to come and present the next award. So this award goes to the best batsman. Prize money and trophy, $350. Michael Gubaya, Masqueraders, 68 of 59 deliveries, 8 fours and 3 sixes. Best bowler in the final, Joshua Davis, Masqueraders, 10 overs, 3 wickets, 29 runs. Best Newsman in the final. With 4 catches, Chidi and Raver of the Masqueraders. Noteworthy celebration as well with all of those catches. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Next, I'd like to ask Mr. David Polo, head coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Horse team, to present the next 4 balls. So the man of the match in the final, with a trophy and prize monies of $580, Mr. Joshua Davis, 3 wickets with 29 runs in 10 overs and 34 runs not out of 42 deliveries with 2 fours. Congrats to you, Joshua. Player of the tournament, with a total of 166 runs at an average of 55.3, and also with the bowling, 5 overs, 1 wicket, 24 runs, Kairandu of the Masqueraders. Next we have the presentation of the silver medals to the captain of the losing finalists. We'd like to ask Mr. Rajiv Rana to come and present on behalf of the Central Southwest Flamingos. I'd like to ask everyone to give them a lusty round of applause for their performance during the tournament as well as the final. And last but most certainly not least, the presentation of the trophy and medals to the first place team, the champions, the North Tobago Masqueraders. I'd like to ask the captain, Mr. Jeremy Kuchna, to come and collect on behalf of his team the trophy and medals. And the trophy as well, Jeremy, don't forget. And now we'd like to ask all the players of the Masqueraders team to join Jeremy for the celebration picture. Thank you, Mr. Furlong, for your time as well. And we'd like to thank all of you who came out at the Brown Cricket Academy to support the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's Under 23 Club. Definitely has been a very exciting tournament with some exciting prospects and talent on display. And the future of Trinidad and Tobago cricket is certainly in good hands.